He's an evil dog, but a baby dog. And a baby dog is an evil dog. The evil dog of death. An evil dog of death. Death. An evil dog of death. Death. 'Cause evil dog is a baby dog. The aliens are arriving. Let me tell you a couple things. First off, Mr. Gorley's, I know the truth about you. You're a full-fledged motherfucking bitch of an extreme D and deluxe version of an ultimate motherfucking bitch of an extreme D and deluxe version of an ultimate final motherfucker bitch of a D and deluxe version of an ultimate final motherfucker. We're just drinking motherfucker bitch. We're just drinking motherfucker bitch by this extreme D and deluxe version of an ultimate final motherfucker bitch. Hey, Grovies, I know the truth about you. You're a motherfucker bitch of an extreme D and deluxe version of an ultimate final motherfucker bitch of a Grovies. Grovies, you're a motherfucker bitch of an extreme D and deluxe version. Ultimate final motherfucker bitch. Grovies is an ultimate final motherfucker bitch. Holy shit. That's like 20 divines. First run. Growlies is a full-fledged motherfucker. Growlies, you're a full-fledged motherfucker. Growlies, you're a full-fledged motherfucker bitch of an extreme D and deluxe version of an ultimate and final motherfucker bitch of an extreme D. And Growlies, you're a full-fledged motherfucker bitch. What do you have to say to the allegations of being a full-fledged motherfucker bitch of an extreme D and deluxe version of an ultimate and final motherfucker bitch? What is your response now, boy? What's your response, boy? Growlies is a motherfucker. Growlies is a motherfucker. Growlies is a motherfucker. Growlies is a someone's ripping mad ass. Growlies is a full-fledged motherfucker. 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 He's also an extreme D and deluxe version of an ultimate final motherfucker bitch of an ultimate final D and deluxe version of an ultimate motherfucker bitch. Growlies. Growlies, what's your response to the allegation? Growlies. Allegations. Response now. Is he here? He's here. Want me to prove it? Watch. I'll show you how to prove it.
Something here that smells like this.
Oh, and Growlies has become a mother. Growly has become a fucker. Motherfucker bitch. Motherfucker bitch. Beep-doop. Hell yeah, 2 to 7 fire, log the fuck in. Gorgos is evil. And Gorgos is an evil dog. He is going to fight you, dude. He simply does not like you, dude. That's why he fights you, dude. You are a nose warrior, fool. Well. Oh, I needed a desolate, didn't I? I forgot from earlier. Let's do these nuts. Well. Gorgos is an evil dog and he is going to bite you, dude. He simply does not like you. He simply does not like you. Gorgos is so evil. Evil is so Gorgo. Gorgo is so evil. Evil is so Gorgo. Awesome. I'm Walter vibing up in here. Bump-a-dum-bump. And Corgo is an evil dog. You hear that? That means Corgo is an evil dog. Now. You're level 92. Good job, dude. You're doing it. You're doing it. La di da do da di da 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 do 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 Wait a second. And Corgo is an evil dog. And Corgo is an evil dog of death and damnation. He will truly bite what he does not like. That is you. Not. Yes, Exile, look into my butthole. There's a treasure mystery inside. Discover the secret. How much are distilled fears worth? I got 2. Trade. Bug. Distilled fear. I'm guessing 1 divine minimum. 0 on trade, really. So it's more than 1 divine. X fucking D's. Offlines? How are there 0? What? There's really 0 for sale. How is this even possible? Does that mean that, well, 1 2, 3, 4. Your big nose. I said, your big nose. You hear that? You understand now, Brad? Your big nose. I don't even think he's here. Your big nose. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Watch this. Don't question my technique use. Watch this. And then I click Regal. Ooh, that's a good mod. Light radius. Then I come over here. Grab this. Put that in there. Click flaring. 31. Why are the chances so shit? Yeah, the chances are dog shit actually. I ain't doing that. Should be like 50. Easy 50. Your big nose. Do 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 you know, that makes it actually kind of sick. This one, holy shit! Big lightning, big attack speed. Is that a chaos angle or we're done angle? Woo woo! I wonder how good it is to swing with it. La da 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 da. Do 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 do. What is Frozen Falls map? I don't even know what map that is. Or what the boss is. I genuinely have no idea what that map is. I don't think I've ever run it. La da 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 do da da dee. Cold River from PoE 1. Nani? Wait a second, does that mean your big nose? On the flow. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody look to your left and right, and you will realize that you're dealing with a motherfucking stupid ass motherfucking goddamn stupid ass motherfucking really bow. Wait a second. You are the nose. Your big nose, and I'm big nose. If we're all big nose, then who could be big nose? Oh no. Maybe, I guess. Woo woo! BD2 for BD2. Where's BD? BD, where you at? Meat creature! PD2 for BD2. Uncrowd, thanks for the resub. Route 2's getting pounded down. It always makes this frown, oh, turn so upside, motherfucking down. Oh, Route 2 is truly getting pounded down. It always makes his frown turn upside down. Route Root2's getting pounded down. He's getting tossed around all around the town. He's getting pounded down. Root2 is getting pounded down. Hey Root2, what you doing? Why you getting pounded down? What is Root2 doing right now? He probably just woke up, honestly.
I can't yet.
This, like, how does this work? Okay, I don't even know if it's working. Seems. Well, whatever. Should, you can go either way, but realistically you probably couldn't have enough strength to use a two-hander at that point and a shield. There's no right answer, but I mean, on a fresh character, there's like almost no way you have enough strength. Unless you have extra like twink gear or something, it'd be a bunch of strength. I usually put on a shield around Act 4, beginning of Cruel, somewhere around there.
I'm not ready.
He's the guy. You were a nose warrior. I told you guys this. You didn't listen. You were a nose warrior. You were a nose warrior. Moo! 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 You could be motherfucker. You could be motherfucker. You could be motherfucker. You could be motherfucker. Think about this. You could be a motherfucker bitch. Now. Boom, ba boom, ba boom, ba boom, ba da ba da ba da. Your dog peed himself? Well, tell your dog I said. What did your dog have to say in response? My dog just went ape shit. Fuck you, man. Well, tell your dog I said. I gotta stop. Tell him I said that though. Body ba doo doo doo. He is not happy with this new information. I think Lakari's coming right now. accuracy. My ass! What is this? Get out of here, son. All maps in range can be accessed. And Korgos has become a truly evil. And Korgos has become a truly evil. And Korgos has become a truly evil. He's an evil dog. What is this? How many of you have never even seen this map? Ever? I've never seen this map, not gonna lie. You are a nose warrior. Watch this. The 82s? What are you doing, boy? Not even 82s, son. Are they like tier 5 or something? Dwarven Scorven, thanks dude for the Dwarvens. Thanks dude for the 2-year Scorvens. Korgos hungers. What kind of a boar? Gra, Lee, Boar. Gra, Lee, Boar. Gra, Lee, Boar. There won't be any bones. There won't be any zones. No bone zone. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Quinn went live? Yeah, but the actual stream doesn't start for 5 hours. Dude. Dude, you just got LFG'd.
Heal yourself.
La di da 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 do 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 do. Bum 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 It's a Corgo. Evil dog of death and damnation. He's an evil dog. Let me tell you something. He's an evil dog. He's an evil dog. Alk LFG. I see it. Greater annulment. I've got this 3 times. Give me one of the good ones, you fuck ass. Also. Give you advice? I don't care. I don't really help people like that. I just play the game. And a gigantic nose. Bada 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 bada. Do I care about greater annulment? I might as well just grab it, I guess. It's annoying. Be what a be. Be what a be. Someone in the chat's got double D's. Be what a be. Be what a be. Someone in the chat's got double D's. Who could it be? Who could it be? Who could it motherfucking be? +4. That's kind of good. I have to hit like 8 mods in a row though for it to be usable. Face meat. You are Nose Warrior. Ba-dum, ba-da-bum, bum, ba-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Ba-da-bum, bum. La, da-di-da-di-da. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Blah! You know what I mean? Yo, what up, bro? West Side. Buzz complexity, none. I grow these as a motherfucker bitch, but he ain't on. Other login 2D. I'll blow one. Bomb, bomb. Double. Alright, so 2 good suffixes, 1 good prefix. Has to hit flat and pure fizz go. La di da 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 do 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 do. La da da do da la do 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 do. You could be some kind of nasty vulgar man. Nose challenge. Boom. You heard me. Boom. Romulus, that's who we want. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Ready?
Face me.
Accountant. Slogan and slogan. Poisson, Taji. That's thy baby. Let me check something. whole category here. Let me see. On the flow, 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody watch out to rally bow. When you get down on the motherfucking flow, everybody knows it's a good rally bow. Normal magic, right? Let me see. Does that work by itself? Oh, wait, no. Why is there a greater than sign though? Does that matter? Yeah, I see it. Okay, so if I just went like this, right? And I just went like armor is fine. So if I did this, AR evasion, ARES, and then evasion ES. It should work, I think. Yeah, that should clean up my loot on the ground a little bit. La dee da dee da 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 dee da dee da dee da 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 dee.
What up, bro? Yeah, tripping up down on the west side. Word up, 420, YOLO swag, vaping it up.
Flame alarm. I don't know what item that is. New item, that's quite shit as. Body, 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 bop, bop.
Blah!
Here we go once again, it's time for the baby. The baby Corgo. The dancing dog of death. Dancing dog of death. He is a baby Corgo dog. He's a Corgo dog, but a baby dog, and a baby dog. Why are you guys using the wrong emote? It's a Corgo stance. Listen to it. He's a Corgo. But a baby. And a baby. He's a Corgo, dog of death and of nation. He is a Corgo dog. But a baby dog. He is a Corgo, evil dog. He's evil. He's evil. But a baby. An evil baby. An evil baby. He's a Corgo. An evil Corgo. But a baby Corgo. He's evil. But Corgo. He's evil Corgo. He's an evil Corgo. Well, we know he's a baby Corgo. He's a Corgo. But a baby. He is a Corgo baby dog. He's the Corgo. But a baby. Do 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 do. Do 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 It's Corgo, and he's evil. It's a Corgo. An evil Corgo. A baby Corgo. Dun dun. Bump, bump. Corgos is an evil and an evil is a Corgo dog. Oh, he's like juiced up or some shit. Fuck off, dude. Stupid. Baby form. You could be blue ball on the fucking floor. You're now that one. Odd blue boar. Boar. Do 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 do. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. 75 block. We like those. Dun 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 da da do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. What is this? Banners always have maximum valor. Minus 20 maximum valor. Sounds retarded. Ha di da 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 di da da. Oh, this is Chaos Res too? Holy shit, I didn't realize. Should I try? It's such a stupid idea to try, but I kind of want to. Let's see how much they are. Oh, hi, 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 yo, hi, hi, hi. 1 to 5. That's not even that bad. Oh, it's 2 to 5. Oh, that's pretty good, actually. I mean, nice. Alright, give me... This outcome is like 0, but we're gonna try anyway. Has to be like 30 strength first. Close. And then I have to exalt life and PDR. Nothing else. Lightning Res is already bricked. Lightning Res is already bricked. Lightning Res is already bricked. 13 life. Close. La-dee doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. Are all the base of these 26? I think so. Could be wrong though. He's an evil dog death. He's an evil dog death. What does this cost? 27%? Strength, high life. Oh, it's already over. We already lost. I'm like not even bullshitting. Like actually already lost. What can you do? Wait, don't I have more of these? I do. Fallen for 7? Sure. This one? Shit. Minus 19 block, think about it. He wants a minus 19 block. Svalin. Try spears? I don't know, I don't think like that. If I get around to wanting to play a spear character, sure. I would have to do basically 2 filler maps. That's fine, honestly. 2.5. Move. Accountant. How much rarity? I have no idea. Never look. Probably not much. I have no idea though.
I need more time.
Your blue boar on the floor. Bada 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 How are you not armor broken? What?
Feel my wrath. A massive nose hammer. A gift from my
So,
ancestors.
casting, targeting, love it. Do do do. Do do do. Do 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 do. What is Alpine Ridge, boss? Is that the two guys that are fighting, the two casters? Yeah. Might be kind of annoying with 2 damage mods. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I can't yet.
Well, yeah, I hope you've done that for like 4 hours.
Face me!
Bum bum bum.
Need more time.
Bum bum bum.
A rarity.
Flames consume all!
I can't yet.
Accountant. A boba? A boba, a boba, a boba. It's time for a boba now, a boba now, a boba. It could be time for a boba now. It's time for a boba. If this hits 30 movement speed, it's pretty good. Oh, you're blue, boy. You could be blue. And you could be a boy. You're blue, boy. What are you doing on my floor? You stupid fucking boar. Castaway, log in, Big Nose. Gauntlet's begun once again. Big Nose, where you at? Gauntlet. A massive butthole spreads towards you. It shoots out a beam of destruction in your general direction. What do you do? He is an evil dog, but a baby dog. He is an evil dog, but a baby dog. He is a baby dog, but an evil dog. Korgos is an evil dog. He is going to truly bite. Oh, what he does not like, that is you. There's nothing you can do. Korgos sinks his fangs into you. You will die. You will cry. Korgos latches onto your eye. Quantrix Superior Massive Great Hammer. Ghost, evil, dog of death.
Face me.
Face meat.
I need more time.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
I can't yet. I'm not ready.
bunger. He's a nasty bunger. You could be, oh, you could be a bunger. Oh, I'm talking nasty bunger. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Azure baby. I am old retard. The stupid fucker. That's my name. Graliborius down on my fucking Florius beach. Or no changes, bug. Poison haste and armor, but these are fine. Expedition, most of the damage comes from the big targeted circles on the ground. Unless you just have literally 0 defense on your character, like no evasion, no block, then everything's gonna kill you, yeah. But that should be the entire game, if that's the case. Charge. Can I fix a loot filter thing real quick as I'm doing this? That would be good. We think. How would I do this one? Greater equal 82 maybe? Shouldn't that show it then though already with that rule? Item level 82. Normal magic. That might be, I don't know if I wrote that right. I think I might have fucked it up. Well, it says it works. I don't know if it'll work. We'll see. Three gods gather at the peak, the summit of Mount Olympus, Ukubob. They decide to have a grand feast to celebrate the occasion. What is their meal? Nope, it's nasty brown shit. It's nasty brown shit. Everybody knows it's nasty. Everybody knows it's nasty. Nasty brown shit. 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 Did you hear something, Blue Boar? What was that? You're Blue Boar, and I know you're on the floor. You are Blue Boar, and I know you're on the floor. Ooh, Bob, you got a nasty plan, and I know about your nasty plan. You're reading shit, and you're getting it, and everybody clearly knows Bob is it. Uko Bob turns mysteries. Boo!
I need more time. I need more time.
Really? That did that much damage? I need more than 70 chaos res. You've now been greeted in an official manner, Blue Boar. How do you respond to the allegations? Blue Boar? Elon Musk down, he died. Rip Elon, rip Musk. Any Muskians in the chat? Do you consider yourself a Muskian, Blue Boar? On the floor, 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody watch out, you'll be dealing with a stupid ass motherfucking goddamn stupid ass growl. Or that blue bar, man. When you get that nasty blue bar plan, man. The fuck are these stupid ass rolls? +1 minions. Fuck that stupid ass shit. What are these whoops? Anything good? Grandma's Crispy Clutch, Turdulus's Grandenstein, Diarrhea Smear Stain. Hello, Blue Bar. How's it going, Blue Bar? What you doing on my goddamn living room floor? Yo eating shit and yo getting hit, and everybody knows that Cuckoo Bob is it. He's eating poop and he's stuck in the loop. Any meat creatures currently thy present? With a nasty, dirty plan. Dirty, nasty ass man. Forgot my Grandenstein. I gotta get a Schnindooglius and a Fluberton. You know what I mean? Corgo is evil. Destroy every minion item that drops, don't sell them. Nobody should be playing minions. Destroy every minion item. Destroy every single one. Playing minions is not playing PoE 2. Boo.
Steal yourself!
We know. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. La di da di da di da. La. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. Rogulus, Lord of the Pogulus.
Seems risky. Aid me!
Shit-ass rolls, man. These shit-ass rolls. Filter! La-di-da-di-da. Blah-blah-blah-blah. Bum, 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 bum. Blah! Dragons. Orcracy, thanks dude for the Orcracy. Dun, 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 da, 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 dun. World of thy Warcraft, thus thy burning crusade, begins today. Twitch.tv/Alkaizerx.
Meat creature!
HCP pretty good.
Do, 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 Joltis, Merglins, Snoopert, Griegler's Crest. Dun, 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 dun. Yes or no? Answer the questions. Common sense. What? Isn't that kind of sick? P765. Looks nuts to me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Man, what would you do with that though? Is that worth 3 divines? Probably not. Dun, 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 da, da, da. It's sick, but I don't think so. Nah, it's nice, but not 3 divine nice. Corgo is evil, and evil is Corgo. Corgo, he's evil. Do 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 do. One, two, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, out the door. Is it a bad idea to do this with this mod? Or does it not matter? I guess do it in 16, I guess. I think it's probably fine, honestly. Just run it with that. Your name is Darkstain, keep that in mind, fool. Okay, so this is 400k gold. Malkoon, Lamau. My gold, dude, so I can gamble some shields, you know? La-di-da. Where's Forsen? He's probably playing PUBG, getting Zuloled or whatever. Is that what he does?
I need more time.
These nuts. Bottom, bottom.
I can't yet.
Does he actually drop loot? He doesn't, right? Big nose, you are big nose.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
I don't know if gold quant increases how much gold you get here, but I've been doing it every time.
I'm not ready.
I've been doing it every time. I think I missed one at the bottom, right? Ba-dum, ba-da-ba-dum. Ba-dum, bum, da-ba-da-bum.
I need more time. Aid me. I can't yet.
Yo, what's up? Yeah, bro, west side.
Gotta go on Dish Kapal. That wasn't even that much gold. That was like 800k for the whole map. I'm gonna check something on the PoE 2 DD. Shield time. Alvis. Shield time now.
How can I help?
Shit. 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 Shit, shit. I need peds. What a peds at? Seven peds.
Until next time.
Do 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 do. World of Warcraft, thy burning crusade. It's coming your way. 75. I need a like a big life roll. Do 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 do. This should be like a okay odd 11%. 1 in 9 we win these. 1 in 9 we win these. And now we win. Big nose. It's a big nose bag. Big nose. It's a big nose bag.
Hello there.
Do 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 do. I think the thing I need the most is Ped shields, high life and Peds. That's kind of nutty looking. There's no way to get the exact stuff I want on this one though. It does look nice. Because I would want strength and Peds. I can't get both no matter what. That's a prefix? Suffix. I mean, if you hit big life and you hit Peds, we win. Big life, big Peds, we win. Surely, right? Big life, big Peds, we win. Why resist? Watch it be like 180 life. It's shitty any fucking way. This would need Peds. Then I had a 7 Peds lying around. Where'd I put that? What are the odds? Do 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 do. 27%? 9% with that? Would I go for the 9%? I think so, honestly. I need some mats though. Ho ha, ho ha. Korgos is an evil dog of death. He'll bite you, dude. He doesn't like you, dude. La di da do 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 do. It's Korgo, evil dog of death. I wish they showed all the rares in the towers too. Anybody feel me? Yeah. It's only the maps. Only the maps. FR.
I need more time.
Boar touched.
Move on or else.
Or else what? I think it matters. Totem, it's the break armor. He breaks the armor. Know what I mean, Nandu? La da da dun. Do 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 do. Ba da ba dum. Still zero merciless. Well.
Ancestors!
Core Ghost Dance. Ghost is an evil dog.
I need more time.
Bum 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 bum.
I can't yet. I need more time. I can't yet.
Korgos approaches. Bum 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 bum.
Steel yourself! I'm not ready.
$30 monsters remaining. Good enough.
Not ready.
Good enough. What the fuck? Why 10? Korgos is a baby. What is this range? It's like up to 69 or something? Yeah. Wah, wah, wah. La di da 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 do 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 do. Double -1. Oh, double -1. It's a double -1. It's a double -1. It's a double -1. Double -1. Double -1. That's kind of annoying as fuck, honestly. It's a shitload of resist. These have to be 4 mods. I'm stupid. It's okay. Cover that later. La di da da no, my name on the man, I mean, no, 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 Curse that shit. Nobody will ever run this map ever. Goodbye. Armor, less curse. Sure. Turd Enjoyer, thanks dude for the 5-month resub. How's it going, dude? Kapow. How's it going, dude? Kapow. Just armored mobs.
Meat creature!
It's fucking stunning me. Fuck you. Bum 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 bum. ho. Ho. Ah. Meat creature. Oh, la di da da. Tukokama. Ruby rings are honestly fine if it's well rolled. And Korgos is that evil dog. When Korgo becomes an evil dog, he will bite her, but he clearly does not like. And that is you. You are Nose Warrior. Like, I wanted to transmute it like an XD Zulon. Ooh, fanatic bow, huge poison damage login for World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is here and there. You must log in to World of Warcraft. Every fucking where. Get them, dude. How long do you want to be banned for, Kurosaki? How long do you want to be banned for? How long, Kurosaki, do you want to be banned for currently in this given exact moment? How long will the duration of your permanent ban be this time, Kurosaki? He's a guardian druid. Look at him, he's a guardian druid. A guardian druid. Iron Fur, activate. Activate his Iron Fur. Hello, you boy, bitch! Belly floppers. Wait, I canceled my hammer. Fucking XD. What is that? Omen of EXP loss. How about Omen of DN? Extreme version of an ultimate and final motherfucking bitch. What do you want? Fizz Essence? I mean, you can try. It's better than Regaling. It's not much better than Regaling, but it's better than Regaling. I don't even know where I'm putting these nodes. I got all this strongbox garbage. Rarity in my maps. Quantity in my maps. I don't care about rarity. Like shit like that though. Quantity. Pack size. Pack size is okay. I don't care about. I feel like rogue exiles are still kind of bad. Maybe I'm just taking pack size, honestly. Is it actually pack size? A singular rarity click. I could do essence stuff. It's probably not that bad. I don't really vol orb though. My shit. Oops.
Meek creature!
Exclamation mark claim.
You are big nose with a massive nose. Actually gonna run out of alchemies for the first time ever, Logan. Damn it. I thought it was merciless for a second. It's just tyrannical. Unlucky, but lucky at the same time simultaneously. Your blue. That's an LFG item though. I can LFG that into oblivion for sure.
What can I do for you?
It's on a right click base. I'd probably want to make a right click item anyway though. What would these odds be, just out of curiosity? It'd be funny to look. 6%. Less than 1. Six percent to 30, 230, 6%. 6%. Already have one of these apparently. What about the other version? The darkest version. You know about the darkest version, Ukobob? The darkest version. I know that's still in my inventory, honestly. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. 5% to hit 6 with that. 5%? That's fucking disgustingly dog shit. It would be nice though. 1 in 20 of these I would win, roughly. 1 in 20, well, a little over 20. 1 in 20. One in 20. That's, think about how cooked that is, just to try and get that. One in 20. That means after 20 Tyrannicals on average, I would finally hit. Bug. Koga stance, Koga stance. Or 20 more, 19 more tries to get him, then I should win. Korgos is an evil ogre death and damnation. He's gonna truly bite you. He simply does not like you. And that's precisely why he's going to bite you. Where did that shield go that I had? I thought I had a shield that was like half brewed. Or did I destroy that one too? Probably did. Oh, it's this one. Strength, block, life, or peds. So it needs to be peds, realistically. This should be like 5% or something, right? 1 in a little over 11. I win these. Bug. It's Gorgos, and he's so fucking evil. He's going to bite you. He does not like you. I don't know if I can double like that. Let me see. I prefer to go this way-ish. Then loop back around, I think. Ba-dum-ba-dum-bum. Can I get there in 10 clicks? I think so. Should be fine.
After a bit of ancient treasure, eh?
Gorgos is now an evil dog.
What's spamming flame dash?
Anybody spamming flame dash? dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Krogunkian soldiers unite under one grand Krogunk. Krogunkian soldiers, it's time to unite under one grand Krogunk. A Krogunk. Krogunkian plan. Where's the Krogunkian plan? Krogunkian man with a Krogunkian plan. Lo and behold, it's the Krogunk man. Lo and behold, the Krogunk man. Lo and behold, it's Krogunk. Don't punk the gunk. I said don't punk the gunk. Oh, blue boy, bitch! I see you. Where's my shield? Bug. Alright, at least this will be a max roll. Stupid hammer. 13. Actually, dog shit. D4 bad. Dog shit. Doo doo. Doo doo. Doo doo.
Yes.
Olivoroso. Hold up, let me get a thing for the Krogunkians. Krogunk man, we have the Krogunk blend. Everybody knows it's the Krogunk man. Watch this, Brad, in honor of the Krogunkian tribe. Bug. You can always tell a black scythe, because first off, it's a scythe. Secondly, it's black, so it's a black scythe. You know? Gorgo's dog. He's evil dog. It's Gorgo dog, but an evil dog, and an evil dog is Gorgo dog. He's an evil dog to death. He's an evil dog to death. This looks kind of shitty, honestly. In GL, looking kind of shitty over here. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. This music. It's the music that plays whenever the monsters see Quinn 69 in their map. They gotta get him. So twice a day? Yeah, I mean yesterday was actually 0, so. He's evil. Bug. And Korgos is so evil, he is truly the evil dog. My favorite home-cooked meal from abandoning 3 people for fun. He's Arion, or thy burger. Or thy burger. Or thy burger. What? Shitty logbook here and there. You might get a shitty logbook. Go anywhere. It's okay, I've seen worse. Yeah, that's why they call you Darkstain, though. Keep that in mind at the end of the day, you know? Well, these prices suck. Well, too bad. Should I force a corruption on it, or just yellow?
Hey.
We'll do it, if I have a thing. They might have gone up in price by now. 1 to 5 actually dropped, XD. Okay. Forcing a corruption, very good region. We don't want a socket. I don't want to see an added socket. That's the #1 thing I don't want. No added socket. Okay. 31 life. That's worse than what you can put on it. Fuck you. She games. She games, dude. I'd rather have a socket. That's how bad that is. You can always tell a black scythe, because first off, it's a scythe. Secondly, it's a black scythe. Alright, fool. It's time.
Can retain another attribute. A small-edged rune could have a...
No.
How about
Bug.
we scrap the front of this and start over?
No. Bug.
This piece could hold another attribute, if you like. We could scrap the back of
Shit.
it and start over.
Do-do-do-do-do. 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 This is giving me shields. 75 block on a shield. Why's it got thorns on it, though? 180 life.
This piece could hold
Bug.
another attribute, if you like. A carefully applied rune of nullification could do wonders for this product's overall quality.
Okay.
Let's start
Good suffix.
back.
Block life.
Dry crush
Life.
dried thorn wolf heart. The power
Block.
interesting apple.
What? Fucker. Hey, at least he's giving me shields today.
I think we could do better in one. Oh, this potential.
Life or strength?
Oops.
Bug.
Some bits that fell off.
Bug. Pure bug. Wait a second. Blue boy.
Don't drink the water.
Impossible blow. Thanks, dude, for the impossible blow. Alright, all you have to do, there's 2 simple steps here. Exalt strength and exalt block. That's it. Bug. La di da 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 do 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 do.
Maybe I'll just shuffle these around and tell you they're defective.
Bob, you're a nasty man, and I know about your nasty plans. You're eating shit and you're getting hit, and everybody knows Uncle Bob is it. He's eating poop and he's stuck in a loop, and now he's chowing down on turd soup. Uncle Bob, what you chowing down on? Type it in the chat. Uncle Bob, what you chowing down on? Type it in the chat now. Uncle Bob, what is it? That's right. Watch this. I got a legendary Technic Q. It's gonna be epic.
Yes. I believe this weapon. It might be one more
Stupid.
aspect we
Stupid
could
item.
focus
Dumb
on.
item.
We could add one more aspect to this. Good luck.
Where did that bow go? Is it still here? It is. Does this even work? 46% chance. We take those. Better say Desolate Crossbow when it combines successfully. Why is it a stout crossbow still? Pick Desolate. Alright, it's okay. Cruel. Attack speed. Tyrannical. Now. Lightning damage. It's stupid, dumb, retard item. Anybody stupid in chat? Who's stupid and dumb? Hello, Bird. Any Muskians? Type Elon Musk in chat, see what happens. An extreme ooler. Korgos is eating popcorn. He's a popcorn baby. He's a popcorn baby. Korgos is a popcorn baby. He is a popcorn baby. He is a baby. Ooh. He's 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 a baby. He's a baby. Ooh. Wah wah. He does not think so. He does not think so. What? It's an actual item? Not really. La di da di da 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 da. He's a baby ooh. Supposed to hit both actually. I don't only hit one. Mr. Regulus, the shield destroyer. Destroy all my shields.
Hope you unearth some ancient figurines. That's all of them.
Is it though? I don't know what the best like evasion-based DS bases are anymore since they changed the names. Guessing that is not it though. Bloodthirsty MB. Where's my merciless? Come to Brazil, come to Brazil. You hear that? Corvus is evil. Corvus is evil. He's fucking evil. We know the truth about you, Mr. Growly Boar. Krogunkians. Grand Krogunkians under one Grand Krogunk. Tempo. You are a nose warrior. Da bump. Tower defense.
I'm not ready.
Gorgos is evil. Gorgos is evil. What is he? I have 3,000 juice. I'm only on the third one. Help. Got like 5k plus on this. This is evil. Gorgos is evil. Evil is Gorgos. What are you guys doing? What am I reading? Are you mad, Widow One? You going to try some more, Widow One? What am I reading? What the fuck? What are you doing? Did you make a brown stain? Has Quinn done him single map yet today? Your mom retard, not me, kid.
Steel yourself.
Poor guy's easy evil. Dude, I have like 5k fucking ritual juice from one fucking set. I don't think I've ever got this much from one. It just keeps going. Try Bang Boo bouncing.
Fear will best you.
Everybody watch out, give it with a growly bow. On the boat, what is he doing? Ready for a blow? Everybody low and behold, it's the motherfucking creature that you know and call it out. God damn, you stupid ass growly bow. These aren't like actually, are they? So. 1, 2, 3, 4. On thy floor. Better look to your left and right, you'll deal with the growly bow when he gets down on the fucking floor. Everybody low and behold, it's the growly bow. The growly bow. The growly bow. What is that? Another one! Why greater annulment? You fucking asshole, bitch. On the floor, 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody look out, it's growly motherfucking bow. Guess I take him, I don't fucking know. An extreme ooer. His ooing levels know no bounds. Low life. I eat ass exile. Witness my perfection of eating it. Whatever, fuck this space. Heist tier life. Heist tier ES. That's a recombo thing. I don't know about the base though. I mean, it's a shield if it hits strength and PDR. Fuck off, dude. If this hits it, I'm kind of annoyed because the life is low. It's one mod away from being good. All it has to do is hit 7 PDR, 8. Hold res, XD. Bam. That also means it's one chaos orb away from becoming good. Fuck you. It gave me chaos res. I'm not using chaos res. It has to be peds only. Only peds, nothing else. Actually picked the right mod too. Corrupt it? There's no reason. It has to have PDR. Chaos res into chaos res. You can't make it up. Can you brick? It lost the strength. I want strength. I'm not touching it anymore. I need more combos with that. On the floor, 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody look to your left and right, and you will realize you're dealing with a motherfucking stupid ass good rally bow when it gets down on my fucking flow. Stupid. Eight peds, there's one. Kind of a shitty thing on it though.
Meat creature!
Okay, so doesn't really matter. Is there any reason to regal this? No, but I'm did it. Fuck you. I did it anyway and it gave me a good block roll. Wow. That could be a thing. It's possible. This needs to be this needs 3 perfect exalts in a row. It needs fire res. I mean, it has to get life and block, period. Life and block, period, nothing else. Life and block, period, nothing else. This one has to get strength and PDR. This is just one Chaos Orb away from becoming good. How do you not give me block when you actually hit a prefix? Okay. My strength roll! Or next time we win these next time. Well, I need a burb. Bullshit, man. I am old. I am old. A true baby, Benny Nuts. A true baby. A true baby. Oh no. Fucking shields.
I'm not ready. Cower!
Do 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 do. Meat creature. Just gotta bonk him down, you know? Boo! Hope that answers your question. Boo!
They're swarming.
The Swami! Ask the warrior guy. I don't know why it makes these stupid ass sounds. Boo!
I need more time.
See? Boo! Did it again. Did you learn about your mom retard Kazuki today? Not your, like, he's not the retard, your mom retard.
Aid me.
Meat creature. You hear that? You could be blue ball.
I hope you know what you're doing.
Wait a second, does that mean you are a blue baller?
Feel my wrath. A gift from my ancestors.
Come away, fools! Right clicking you down. Some Ubers could be extreme. Some Ubers are living in a dream.
I'm not ready.
Hear that? Ba-dum-ba-da-ba-da-bum. $69. That's pretty good, actually. That's like 2 good stats already. Also, What is that?
Meat
Shit.
creature!
Not even a good one. On the floor, 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody watch out. You'll be dealing with the Gurali Boar whenever he gets on your living room floor. Vodex, thanks dude for the vote and the Dex. Did I use my last grader? I did. Fuck. Watch this now. I mean, it is Fizz, technically. You hit Merciless and it's good, or Tyrannical or something and it's actually good. Go. Fire damage. Move on. On dog shit. Growly Boar awakens. Need to break one div.
How can I help?
31? 30. How is this so cheap? That's epic. Alright. First step. It needs to pick strength. Wait, this guy's actually buying this? Let's fucking go. What? Anyway. Needs to pick strength. Here we go. It has to pick strength. Why such a shit roll of strength? Alright, now I need PDR. PDR. Why is it always armor? You guys might be LFGing right now. Wait till you see this, boy. Actually, that chance is way too high, honestly. PDR. Korgos awakens. What is the odds of this? Triple combo. 29? 1 in 20? Why is it so shit? It's not even good. 2D? Sure. That's fine. Go. Get your belt. Do. Why does an Amazon want strength? She went strength? Belt's sick. The base is really nice too, because it's a stun base. Too high. Alright, what are the odds here? 19%? I think I take this. We win these, right? 19%? We win these, right? 19%? I think so. Okay. Now I need big life and strength. Big life and big strength. Big life. Big strength. Bug. You could be blue. More. Wait, am I out of juice again? I think so. Yeah, I am. Unlucky. Bum ba dum ba bum boo da ba dee ba doo ba ba boo da ba da boo da ba da boo ba da boo ba da ba da ba da boo. Court goes evil, dog of death. He will now outbite you. Gonna be epic staff for sure. Dun 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 dun. Da da dun. Da dun. Da da dun. Boo. Ba-dum, ba-dum.
Meek creature! Hammer of the gods!
I fucking canceled my own hammer. Unlock. What can you do other than become blue? La di da da do 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 do. Totem, it's for breaking armor. Bum. I mean, if it had like Giga Life, it's like not bad. Not that I would be close to as good as mine though. What the hell could this music mean?
Need more time.
There could be an extreme Uber, an extreme Uber here. There could be an Uber anywhere. Da-dee da do da da dee da do 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 do. Some Ubers could be extreme. Uberman here and there and everywhere. You're the Bunger Man. No.
Flee before me!
Corgos.
Hope you unearth some ancient figurines.
I hope I don't. Oh, fuck you. What? You know what I mean? There's an ooh. B1. Oh, corruption omen. We won. Zulo. Vivan. Zulo. Vivan. Zulo. Nice map. I mean, I can take one of these. I probably should. Just so they like stop fucking cluttering everything up again. That's good. Good enough. Vivan Zululo.
Fear will best you!
Yeah, best DN. What? He healed. Vivan Vivon. Nose challenge. I actually had T1 life on that. Huh. It's not bad now. I didn't think I would, but I did. Body 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 Buddha da 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 da. I could probably sell these for Divine. Sure, I guess. They're pretty good, honestly. I mean, they're strength. There's like they're pretty good. They're pretty good. 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 Stop doing that. I don't do that. Maybe I make that a sub goal. I get a wine glass, I get a bottle of wine, and then I do that on the stream. I want a shield still. Where's my shield still? 8 peds. Got another 8 pedster. Got another 8 pedster. Ped this. 32 strength. Holy shit. That's crazy. Alright, all we have to do is get good block, good life. Good block, good life. Good block. One more. Alright, cold res is kind of shit anyway. That's a recon blur for later. Can I have a 16er? I don't think maybe I had one left, I don't remember. That I was okay with running. I think Messi they're actually pretty cursed. Chaos, extra chaos, extra chaos. Damage, extra chaos. Heli pen. Whatever. Brad. Brad. Bum bum ba ba dum. Get a wine glass, get some wine, do the stupid thing while watching a Quinn 69 death compilation. Little man, little green man in a business suit. Business suit. Stampede? It's decent. It's just clunky to use. Does a lot of damage for trash mobs. Da 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 do da no 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 no. They call him Base G.
I need more time.
Big retard, big retard the player. Big retard the player. Big retard the player. Big retard the player. No brain, no play. Stupid trash. Stupid trash. Just remember, no brain, no play. Prism's cutter.
Fortune favors me.
Was there a boss in this map? There was. Bum 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 ba dum bum ba da bum.
After a bit of ancient treasure.
Blue boar. What are logbooks? I'm at this range, we like those. I still need a new ring, I'm just not trying really yet to craft one. A true baby at that. Korgos awakens. Do 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 do. Since when does this guy have this tanky power? Tanky fucker. Pasta armor.
I can't yet.
Accountant. Do 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 do. Wantrick and his massive great hammer versus Rutu and his putrid cloister. Who will win? You heard me, boy. Stupid whoop whoop. La di da di da di da di da di da.
A gift from my ancestors.
Corgos returns. Look at him, a true baby of death. Anything good, or is it all fucking dog shit? It looks like shit. It looks like shit. I'm gonna get hit. It looks like shit. What is he? Boop, 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 boop. What are you typing, dude? Now. Epic. Now. Epic. Hey, it's ESES, I guess. Still kind of shit, though. Alright, give me plus 3 billion. Good shit. Suit item. Fuck life regen. Always life regen. Stop life regenning. Pick prefix. Woodland Joseph is coming for you, and there's nothing you can do. Woodland Joseph is coming for you, and there is not one fucking thing you can do. Woodland Joseph is coming for you. There's nothing you can fucking do. Woodland Joseph is coming for you. There is nothing yet you can do. Woodland Joseph is coming for you. It's called a scared mall. What's so, like, I don't understand.
Feel my wrath!
You're a hunger man.
Aid me!
What? Wait. Everybody get down on the floor. You could even do the growly boar. La di da 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 da. I'm smelling a logbook. Logbook now. 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 Bug. 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 Still bug. My logbook's bug. Oh fucking no. Actual bug. What can you do? Bump, 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 bada bada bum bump. I love where these spaces even 59 and 60. It's kind of shit. A GG interview? Is there supposed to be? I don't fucking know. Don't pay that much attention. They do a lot of interviews with, like, not PoE people. But I don't really pay that much attention to those interviews. So I don't fucking know, man. Co-Carnage. Co-Carnage. He's carnaged, but code. Holy shit. You're blue, boy. Alright. Zove, thanks dude for the Zove. Venter's Goomball, dog shit ass roll. This shit's garbage. Minion gems. No fucking minion gems. Hit that button, Doc Wave. You guys hear something? Something truly ancient. Truly evil.
Hello.
Fuck, I don't even think that's enough, honestly. That is. Wait, I think I got one earlier, didn't I? Myself. Alright, here we go. Don't add a socket. What is mine? 2.42? Don't add a socket. Good. Now. 19 armor, that's shit. I'm fucking disenchanting it. Bug. Next time we win. It's okay. Someone's coming for you. Lack SS. Maybe just bad player, you know? Go back to the days of if you're bad at a game, the game isn't fun. That's how games should be made. If you're bad at the game, maybe the game isn't fun. So you gotta get better. You wanna have fun? Earn it. You shouldn't just be get it and don't just get it for free. Corgo is such an evil dog. He will but you want PoE 1 gameplay? I mean, if you want the gameplay from a specific game, maybe you go play that game. I don't know. Kinda crazy. Maybe. Like, Last Epoch has never been considered like a good game, right? And now suddenly everybody's pretending like it's a good game. Like, why? Like, how does that work? Is it really that bad for some people? Freaks, Ukulbob freaks. Corgo. Freaks, Ukulbob freaks. Bob. Flask up. Alkalondes.
Weak creature.
I bet Jonathan will enjoy the questions on that podcast a lot more. Should I listen to it in the background? I can. I'm not gonna watch it, but I can put it on in the background if you want. You're fucking nasty. You're fucking nasty. Everybody is so fucking nasty. Where is it? It's, I don't know what that podcast is called. I never watch it. Whose channel is it? Is it Code Carnage? I don't know these channels.
I do know Mario, who's kind of the head of the studio. I'm good friends with. So.
You know
the Luigi
Mario
guy?
Nice.
from the Mr. Mario from Nintendo?
See, he even knows.
I thought he was Italian. He's from New Zealand.
Jonathan, we are so sorry.
It's okay.
All right.
So anyway, you work on a game or something? Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, Jonathan,
kinda loud?
you're the co-founder, game director on Path of Exile 2. Give me like the quick and dirty of how you came to be at GGG, Grinding Gear Games, and how you are in your current role. If there is a quick and dirty of that.
Yeah. So effectively, as you said, I'm one of the founders of the company. I was a founder right out of university. I was friends with my best friend at the time, and still the case, Chris Wilson. We just were like, we absolutely want to make a game. We knew we wanted to make what we definitely referred to as a sequel to Diablo 2. We were just like, no one's making this. We need to do it. So yeah, we just formed a game company to do it. That's really the long and the short of it, to be honest.
Fantastic. So been there. How many years is that then at the company?
Oh, I mean, it was 2006, so I suppose 19 years.
Don't do the math.
Yeah. It's,
And now we're all old.
yeah. Actually, I realized recently that our company is more than half the age of the internet, which was kind of like a terrifying realization I had the other day.
I thought Mr. Rogers is supposed to bring like happiness and joy and a feeling of goodness to.
And the chat goes aware.
Oh man. Okay.
I mean, honestly, an even more terrifying thing the other day is I was talking to someone. Sorry, I'm not going to have this digression right now. The other day,
Get it all out! Get it all out!
Yeah, I was talking to someone in the studio and I made a reference to Jurassic Park, and someone didn't understand it, and I was like, "How the hell do you not understand a Jurassic Park reference?" Like, what's going on?
No. You'll probably get a kick out of this, Jonathan. In so many games, including the most recent one, K-City 2, on the savior schnapps, there's an icon of a floppy disk to represent saving. The amount of people that have no idea what that reference is for is zero. Anytime they see the save icon, they're just like, that's just some weird icon game devs use for saving. It doesn't mean anything. Okay. Awful. Right.
Jonathan, what games did you grow up on? I guess is where we'll start. Like, and specifically, what games outside of ARPGs? Because obviously you had a strong influence from ARPGs, right?
Just a little.
Just a smidgen.
I mean, it's honestly a variety. Like, people have often asked me, like, what are my favorite games of all time? And it's like a really hard question. I'm trying to think, like, the really standout ones might be like StarCraft and Warcraft, but also like Half-Life, like absolutely. Quake, definitely. Final Fantasy 7 and through 9, like these were games that I loved growing up, but also like Spyro and Crash Bandicoot and this kind of thing as well. Like, it's kind of like a huge variety of different kind of things that when I was growing up. I mean, and a lot of shooters as well, like just first-person shooters. Like I played a lot of those. I mentioned Half-Life specifically because it's like
1 to 4. Fuck that.
I honestly wish there were more single-player shooters. Is a serious thing in this day and age, because like that's something that it's a genre I honestly miss. Yeah. But like that. Just all kinds of things really.
So I just heard GGG is going to make a single player shooter. Is that correct?
That's what I heard. So honestly, that is probably not even
you
slightly
play as
in my
Sin,
wheelhouse as far as skills are concerned.
And just blast everyone. It's going to be fantastic. Coming soon. Well, that's
Path
fantastic.
of immersive shooting.
Yeah. That's fantastic. You've had, let's say, a busy first week after the Point 2 launch. This is, I guess, the start of your Monday, right? The start of week 2 of the new patch. What? I hope you got some rest over the weekend. First off, and
I feel like we should just start with. So how we feeling?
Yeah.
How we doing?
Well, I mean, yep, it's been a week for sure. You know, and it's like, I would definitely say we've never had, like, I mean, so we've had a few cases that have been close to this, I would say, in the past, in terms of like, you know, like the community being very unhappy about a lot of things. But this one was certainly taking the cake as far as that is concerned. But I mean, at the end of the day, the response is always the same thing, right? Like, we hear what people say, we try things out, we see if we, you know, like what we agree with, and then we try to find solutions that are going to fix, you know, any kind of problem that the community have, and we keep on doing that. We keep iterating. I would say one of the things that's been going on this time is there's certainly like an urgency at the moment to feel like, okay, we have to make sure that everything we're doing, we're like telling people that immediately. So we certainly wouldn't post like patch notes every day normally. So normally, of course, that stuff's, you know, sort of happening in the background. But we really wanted to make sure people are understanding the fact that we are kind of, you know, like looking into these things and improving things. So, you know, that's certainly been a bit of a ride. But you know, like I'm certainly a believer that the more we do that, the more, you know, like the people will, you know, will effectively be happy once, you know, once we've made fixes to all of the different things they're unhappy about. The hardest part, honestly, is just identifying the problems.
Right.
And,
yeah.
I think.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things where, like, so for example, like a lot of people were talking about like monster speed, and it's like, okay, so when people are talking about that, they're talking about getting swarmed by monsters, right? So then it's like, okay, well, why do you feel like you're getting swarmed by monsters? And then one of the things that we found, which we patch noted last week, is there was this system that monsters had where if they were doing like a multi-part combo, then there was a thing called an interrupt event where effectively, like, if the player got out of range of the monster, they would interrupt doing that skill and then continue chasing you immediately. And that means that effectively you can get a chance to kind of, you know, like if a monster starts attacking, like they're doing like a sort of 3-hit combo, they'll do the first one, you'll be backing off from that, and then they'll immediately start running again, and then immediately start the combo again. And so that kind of thing just makes them feel incredibly frantic. So
like
just like certain monster types that just have that real frenetic kind of frantic feeling. And so we disabled that on almost all monsters as an example, and like immediately it's like now when you're fighting those monsters, like even though like we haven't changed the speed of the monsters per se, we just found the thing that made them feel ultra fast as you're fighting against them. Yeah. And it's kind of like it's really just a continuous sequence of like finding things like that. And when you obviously, you know, we have like a lot of monsters in our game, like huge numbers of them. I mean, the eventual count of monsters we will have once we exit early access will be over 700. But even now, I think we've got over around 400 or something like that. It's like a ridiculous number compared to what most games have. And so it's like, you go back to some of these monsters and it's like, I don't even remember what was going on with this monster when we developed it. You know, it's like this was a while ago. Like I don't know what's going on. You know, so the monster guys kind of have to have a look at these things and sort of refresh their memories. Like, okay, what the heck is it? How's this thing even set up? Like, what's even going on with this thing?
Yeah.
You know, let's find out. So there's kind of a lot of that going on. So it just takes a while to kind of like assess these things and work out. So we did our first batch of those types of changes last week, but you know, we're still sort of looking into things. And like, those are the kind of the more obvious ones. But honestly, with a game like ours, like the more you look, the more you find. Like there's sort of an infinite ability for like problems to hide in the ridiculous amounts of numbers and animations and sort of things like that. So you know, it's just a matter of finding everything. And you know, if we can find everything, then you know, I have no doubt that people will enjoy the game much more.
Is that
speaking
just...
of
Go ahead, Zeke.
Just speaking about those monsters, I'd be interested to learn is there like I wonder if there's like a shorthand, you know, like
does it make your throat hurt
the,
listening?
Like certain
like
groups
he's
of
got like
monsters,
sore throat, dude.
Bruce, Chad, Doug, like these are the monsters. Like that, like
raspy.
So you don't say like epic beast from the hell pit of blah 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 blah. So you just say like that's Dan. Or that's
they
Chuck,
do have internal names. I don't know if Dan is one of them.
Oh,
but they do have internal names,
Dan.
and that'll just be whatever the artist happened to name the folder when they were creating the model in the first place. Like just whatever they happen to choose, that'll tend to be the name. And
okay.
Yeah, there's certainly some kind of random ones in there, but that's for the data miners to find, I suppose.
Are any of them hilarious?
Yeah, is there a Chad?
I'm sure they are, but I can't think of any of the
Okay.
top of my head. I think at some point, so in PoE 1 actually,
Dan, the harbinger of
some
hell.
of the like the boss of Act 3 is just called Pope. So like there are things like that because I think that's what they were looking at when they were designing it. But it's like I think in PoE 2 they actually started to get a little bit more rigorous and trying to make sure the
Butt
names
pounder
aren't,
blast!
super out there. So yeah, most of the names are kind of not too out there. But yeah, generally speaking, I mean, look, almost everything's going to have a different name than what it's called in the game, just because the naming part is like the last part. And usually, and even on like streams and so on, I'll often refer to things by their internal names, like even just areas and stuff like that, because you know, that's what they're originally called.
Yeah. Anything in the game?
Oh, you learned it, yeah.
After you, Jonathan, is there?
No, not at all. I'm
all right. Nothing like that. I want to go
noob Saybot in this.
Yeah, no noob Saibot at all. I want to go back to what you said in terms of like the monsters and finding what's wrong. And is that just purely a numbers game? Like, are you constantly playing the game, reading comments? Like, how do you attack that when you're, you know, when the internet is screaming? How do you like cut the noise and figure out exactly what is actually at fault?
Well, the key thing really is that I'm never going to make a change unless I can reproduce the suck for myself. Like, I'm not going to just believe someone when they say this is bad. I'm going to like say, okay, so you're telling me that's bad, great. I'm going to play this. I'm going to try and get to a situation where I can understand why you're feeling this way. Because if I don't do that and we just make random from the hip changes, then you know, it's not going to result in a game that I'm happy with. And that's kind of important because, you know, like, you know, in order to make the game good, it's really important that the people who are at the top level are playing that game every day. So, you know, like, I have to be making a game that I'm enjoying. So effectively, like, I need to be finding the things that are going to like make the game more fun for me and the players without making it less fun for me, effectively. So that's kind of the key for me, I suppose. So, you know, when it comes to that specific monster change, I mean, I have to admit that was actually like Mark who discovered that one, not myself. But you know, the that particular change is kind of one of the things. And by the way, the area that you're showing on screen right now, like, that is an example of one of the monster sets that did have this problem. So like, those monsters, yeah, were like incredibly vicious. Like, it's just a matter of like, okay, let's play this area. Let's try and like a variety of builds. Let's see if we can find a build that feels overwhelming and bad, and that kind of stuff. And you've got a lot of blind spots when you're playing as a game director because you know how to play, right? So you have to like often set challenges for yourself. Like, now I'm going to play without this. Now I'm going to play with this thing. Like, one of the key things that's really important as well is I'd like to do run-throughs where I pick the thing that I would least want to pick. So whenever the game presents me an option, I pick the thing I most don't want to pick, and then see how it goes. Sure. And that can result in, obviously, like, you know, you do have to have like options that you can make where you can make mistakes. You still have to understand what the lowest bound is, as far as like, you know, if I pick everything bad, if I'm doing all the worst ideas here, you know, what kind of experience do I have? And so that's something that that you also
Call
sort
those
of
streamer runs.
But it is definitely. I mean, okay, but it's interesting though, because I think that is one of the things with the Huntress. I think that's been really interesting is that, and this is maybe going to sound a bit bad, but it's like most of the time when I'm watching a streamer playing the Huntress, they're playing it not as I would play it.
Judge me, Jonathan.
You can say,
tell me
okay,
I suck, Jonathan.
you can say
wanna
wrong. You can say that. You can be like, most of the time I watch viewers play the Hunters, they're playing it wrong.
Yeah. But the thing is, I mean, look, at the end of the day, though, it's like, okay, people, if people aren't like playing in a way that I expect, it's because we haven't communicated the way we want people to play it, or people have tried it and they've not enjoyed it, and that kind of stuff, right? So that's, at the end of the day, it's always on us still. But it's, you know, it's just one of those things that that when you learn a lot from playing. And I think it's interesting as well, because when I went into this launch with the Huntress in particular, I was kind of like, look, regardless of any other changes we made, regardless of any content, I was like, I know the Huntress is fun. Like, I've been playing it, I really love it. Like, it is my favorite class that we've made. Oh. You know, so then that kind of then took me very by surprise when there were a lot of concerns about the Huntress at the start. It really comes down to those sort of playstyle things, right? Where like, you know, with the parries and the and disengage, like the whole like sort of in-out gameplay style, like I was really enjoying that, and a lot of our staff are as well, right? Like we've got a lot of people who are like, yeah, man, this is really awesome. Like it's got a sort of feeling of action that we haven't had, you know, like from the other classes to the same extent. There was that kind of stuff, and so yeah, it was really interesting that we had quite a lot of pushback about that. So then it kind of once again it came down to, you know, like we need to try the play styles that we're not trying. Like we need to, and I need to try doing things that I wouldn't otherwise try, and then find out why, if those things are the problem.
Sure.
So, out of curiosity, and this is going to sound like a basic question, but I'd kind of love your thinking on this. When you get to a situation where you are having to personally choose between something that is more fun or more balanced, how do you approach that?
So on the development team, I would say I'm usually the one who is pushing for more fun over more balanced.
Like low level base though.
There are also countervailing
good-ass
opinions on the
stats.
team as well for like people who have to like, you know, who have to make sure that the balance is good. And it is
They're
important
probably like,
for
no,
those
don't
people.
stop having fun. Balance.
That's not the way that I would look at it, but it's kind of like, so I mean I definitely push in that direction, but it's kind of like at the same time there is this concern where I always want the game to be readable and understandable and kind of be able to sort of see what's going on, and so sometimes like there's a level of stuff that that I tend to be a little bit more like I'm a little bit uneasy about this, but I tend to be the one pushing for like, you know, everything should work. If you expect it to work, it should work, and you know, like you should be able to do all these combinations and things like that. The issue that you get is that if there are things that are just way more powerful than other things, then it's going to push everyone to play that, and that's going to mean that you sort of lose build diversity, and then there's a fun that you're losing from that that's a little bit harder to immediately identify, but it is important. Like, there's a kind of long-term fun that you get from the fact that you play this game, and there's so many different things you can try. And it's not immediately obvious as you're playing your single build on a single playthrough, where you just want your thing to be powerful. But it's like, you know, we just have to like get to some level of balance and stuff along those lines. But yeah, generally speaking, I'm kind of like, you know, that people be able to do crazy stuff like that is important to me. So long as it's kind of like, you know, like so long as you get that feeling of progression all through the game from beginning to end.
Sure. Yeah. Have you ever thought about streaming your own gameplay? Would you ever like open up the almost?
Could you ever
Pandora's
show us
box?
how to play a huntress?
Yeah, like just to see. Like I see that question so much from the community. Like, well, how do you play it then? And I think it would do well.
This thought crossed my mind actually in the last week, I must admit.
Yeah.
And I kind of realized, I think what I'll do next time when we play, like between the week where we announce, you know, like do our live stream and announce the class, and the time when we actually, you know, like have the release, I think I actually might do some development streams and just like sort of show people my gameplay. It's interesting because.
Awesome.
Yeah. I mean, like, I guess there's no real reason I shouldn't do that. Like, it's probably.
I mean, you're going to get criticized, of course, but like, you're going to do that regardless of if you stream or not.
Well, I was going to say you're already halfway there. I mean, your outreach to the community and doing these interviews with all the people you have. I mean, you're essentially doing that already. Yeah. So just doing it while playing is the next step. But yeah, that'd be instrumental. Like, I gotta say, it would have been very interesting to see the Huntress release after having seen somebody who knows the ins and outs of it utilize it effectively. Because I can tell you, the first hour, I was just like, okay, wait, am I supposed to do this? Or can I just do my one button combo? Or am I supposed to like, so like, it's so different and fun, but it was alien. It was not my, it was not like, I'm not used to this. So I didn't know if I was doing it right. So it could be really
the
cool.
thing is, I mean, I'm like, that feeling of this is alien is actually something that I want when we release a new class, because if we're not doing that, then we're not actually making new classes, really, if you know what I mean.
Sure.
Like, it's kind of supposed to be that each class has a different feel entirely. I mean, like, that isn't necessarily always going to be 100% the case to this degree, but yeah, certainly as far as action RPGs are concerned, I don't really know if there's something quite like this in another sort of like, you know, in what you would in the action RPG system. When I refer to action RPGs here, I'm talking about top-down Diablo-style games, right? That's what I'm talking about here.
Yeah.
Like, there's not a lot else, you know, like this type of combat around. So, you know, then that is what we want to do. And I guess the thing that's interesting as well is that I still also suspect that if the Huntress had been in just the set of characters that we had launched at the start of Early Access, it would have also been quite a different feeling then as well, because then it would have just been like, okay, here's one of the options for the people who like this kind of like parry and really fast motion type of play style. You know, like where they're sort of bounding around and doing, you know, like dexterous melee. That would have been, because I mean, they're like people who love that. But then obviously there are people who are like, you know, I find parrying awkward. I don't like, you know, this or that or the other thing. Then for those people, you know, like obviously other classes might be better. So if it had been launched in that same pack, I think we might have got quite a different reaction from that class in particular. Of course, there's like many other things that people are unhappy about as well, which we're kind of working on.
Sure.
But, you know, like that, in terms of that particular like class reaction, I think that would have changed things quite a lot.
Yeah. You mentioned parrying, and as someone who has about 60-ish hours on the Huntress, currently tier 15 maps, I haven't parried since I was like level 10. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for you to hear that a player just completely disregarded maybe the core element of a core element of the class for you?
I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing, I suppose, but it is something that I think that it was a blind spot for me, because when I was playing, like all the way through, I was using parry all the time, because that sort of parry disengage into using a spear combo is something that I was using right from the beginning to the end.
Right.
You know, so that, like, I mean, the idea of that was, you know, like you sort of unlocked all the things that you can do with the with the twisters and stuff like that. And so I think that because we added that extra skill like right after launch, that means that no longer is that combo. Like I don't know if you're using that either, that color weak skill, but you might just be using frenzy charges from other source, because that's the other thing as well, is the frenzy charges then become sort of easier using other sources as you go through the game. So I'm curious if are you using frenzy charges at all? Is the first question.
No. I never said I'm a good build. Okay. Full disclosure, in PoE 1, I probably have like 2,400, 2,500 hours.
Right.
Never done my own build. I've always followed a guide. In PoE 2, I've never followed a guide just because of how the game's released with its updates. There's not really guides to follow. So I kind of just like picked things that I enjoyed. And so this time around, I'm using like Spearfield with Bleed and Knockback, Rake, and is it Herald of
So you're going all
Blood?
the bleed. Okay,
Yeah, more bleed, more explosions and things like that.
But look, in that case, like the bleed sort of style of the Huntress doesn't really rely on the sort of parry stuff. But if you're doing the elemental stuff or the whirlwinds, then you definitely want to be getting frenzy charges and doing that whole thing. And yeah, like effectively, we didn't have a way of getting frenzy charges for the first kind of like 50% of the campaign effectively in an easy manner. So that was kind of, and effectively that meant that if you wanted to do, unless you were going bleed, then if you wanted to use all of the elemental spears, you effectively had to do the parry stuff in order to get frenzy charges. And so what we effectively did to ameliorate that, if people didn't want to parry, there's adding this cull the weak skill that allows you to get frenzy charges anyway, and that means that you've got access to that whole side of the build, and it is powerful, right? Like those enhanced spear throws are, you know,
Call the weak with lightning spear was crazy.
Yeah. But I mean, even the other ones as well, especially because what they do is they, for the other ones, they all unlock ground effects like fire and lightning and stuff like that, which then you can infuse with your into your whirling slash, which you then use with the twisters, and so yeah. Like that kind of stuff is like my primary, like the build that I played all the way to endgame, because you know I don't actually have time to play literally every build to endgame. That'd be completely impossible.
Yeah, no, there's no way.
Development time. But the build that I was playing all the way to endgame was using the whirling slash twisters, and then with barrage as well, like which means that you can get like a huge number of twisters. You know, yeah, that like using ground effects. So that was effectively the build I was playing, and that involved using the parry to kind of get it started. But then I also was using Fangs of Frost to freeze monsters, and I kind of had two variations of the combo. Like you could either parry into Fangs of Frost if you wanted to have, like if you wanted a faster combo for like more like just clearing. Or you could use like parry disengage for more for longer fights against rares or against like bosses or something like that. So
yeah,
that was kind of like what I was doing for like through the endgame. But I mean, you know, like obviously there's like, you know, we try other things. We, you know, have a lot of different experiments. But there's actually this phenomenon that's like kind of annoying, which is that unless you actually play a class from the beginning, there's something about it that just doesn't quite work in testing. Like it's you just you never get the same feeling unless you actually play through on the character. Like if you just make a character and at endgame, and then like you're like, okay, I'm going to put all these skills on it, and you sort of feel you might think that you have the right idea about what the items should be, but somehow it just never quite feels the same as when you've leveled up yourself. And so I actually don't tend to do that very often when I'm playing. And I honestly, I don't even know if I can fully explain why that is. But there is something important about that process that kind of gets you to a state of a character, and like,
Yeah.
Well, it's because the character is not just a thing; it's the experience you have playing it to where it is. Like it's when you have a PoE character, it's like because we've talked about that frequently. Because like one of the reasons of using builds or having a character played for you, which I know is kind of a hot topic with shared accounts and stuff. Thanks, Elon. But it's you know it's very much. I feel the exact same way. It's like a lot of RPG. You got to have the whole experience to understand every ability, every class. Now I know understanding it's not part of you, but still for it to be yours and your journey and everything, you kind of have to do it yourself.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean there absolutely is an understanding of abilities because once again, if I like even for me, right, if we create an ability and then I just try it at a high level without actually doing a playthrough that earned it, like so this is actually one of those things, by the way, that actually was okay. So the reason why the Huntress, I mean, this is true of any class we didn't add, but the reason why the Huntress wasn't ready is we had a bunch of abilities that were effectively designed without doing the playthroughs, right? Like we would make an ability, like this is before, right? We would make an ability, we would put it in the game, we'd try it on a character that we had pre-constructed and be like, oh yeah, this ability, you know, like does this, right? But like, until we realized at some point that like, when you actually were playing and then you got the, like, when you were actually playing and then had the ability to select it for yourself, it completely changed the vibe of like how that skill felt like you know, it's like it's important that you actually test the part where you're actually trying to weave it into a build that you've got going through, and so without that you actually don't even have really an ability that you've actually tested and know that's good. And there are even like some abilities I would say still in the game now that that didn't get enough attention from that part of the experience. And so it's something that I think we can actually improve even on some existing classes as well, with some abilities that were like maybe like a little bit rushed or things like that. So like yeah, like that experience is actually important. And I actually think that the Huntress's abilities as far as like that experience is better than some of the other classes for this reason, because I was spending more times because I was specifically this whole time from the time when we launched early access to now kind of doing Huntress, playing Huntress and something like that. It kind of meant that it got even like more individualized attention than what I think some of the other classes actually got in that way.
Yeah. Would you say that's how you're going to treat the time between every patch moving forward? Did it feel like that was constructive enough and a proper way of spending your time, I guess is how I'll frame the question?
Well, I mean, the issue with that, of course, is that I wasn't paying as much attention to other things that were problems, right? Which is definitely a concern.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's interesting because I think that one of the issues that we had. Okay, so I'm gonna blame Christmas. This is what I'm gonna blame for all of our problems here.
Oh my God, the war on Christmas continues. Oh no, here we go.
Santa Claus, we're coming after you.
So what happens is that, so we're release early access, right? And then we've got like 3 weeks before everyone's off on their break. And during that 3 weeks, we're in this mode where we're like responding to problems and we're like trying to fix things and everything happens. And then we've got like 3 weeks where, you know, where Christmas happens and everyone kind of goes away. We've lost the context of even being in the mode of like, we're responding to what the players are complaining about kind of thing. And it's like, bear in mind as well, at the start of early access, that like, you know, 7 out of 10 people are talking to me are being like, oh wow, the game's amazing, it's so cool. Like, because what they're doing is they're playing through the game for the first time, they're experiencing all the bosses, they're experiencing all, you know, just the graphics and the art, and like everything's cool, right? So they're all like, oh wow, the game's amazing, right? And so you've got a bunch of people who are also talking about problems, and those are real problems, right? But they're being drowned out by the positivity of like everyone experiencing this new game for the first time.
Sure.
And so like nothing that the players are complaining about today is something that people weren't complaining about back then. It's just that they weren't the loudest voices in the room at the time, and now they are.
Right.
So effectively, like you've got that thing, and so effectively, so after Christmas, right, we come back and we're like, okay, we need to get this Huntress out. You know, I'm going to focus all my efforts on getting this class out that we're doing, and by then it's like. You know, we kind of had our eye off the ball, as it were, about like what are the issues that are sort of happening in the community as much, because we're like, okay, we're focusing on this next expansion. Like that disconnect, I think, was a real problem between like those two time periods. And so this time, I'm actually, and it seems obvious, but it's like I'm actually taking time in the scope doc for the next patch. So I mean, we've obviously got a document which is like the scope for 030, right? But we've got a document for that. We sort of know what we're planning on doing for that. We've got in that scope document at the very top, like, make sure the players aren't going to be unhappy about this. Make sure the players aren't going to be happy about this. And like, just like, here's like 6 things that we just want to make sure like we're actually doing something about this, you know, as we're considering, like how 030 is gonna come together, so that we don't kind of make that mistake of like kind of forgetting about all of the things that are sort of outstanding issues, as it were. And so, you know, I think that shouldn't be a problem again next time. But you know, yeah, like I guess that's kind of like the main thing, right? It's yeah, just making sure that we don't like forget about the fact that as we're making content, that we also need to be, you know, like addressing those kind of like underlying issues as well. So yeah, that's kind of what we're doing there.
Yeah. Speaking of like getting negative comments and negativity generally, when you're making a new
actual what
addition,
face,
a patch, whatever you want to call it, to the game, like, do you have like a meeting with your crew that's like, okay, this is going to make some people mad, so we're going to batten down the hatches and we're going to weather this storm, but we'll come out the other side of it because in the long run, we all believe that it's a good change. Like, is there a lot of that shit happening?
I wouldn't say that it is like that exactly, except for okay. Well, so okay. So here's a discussion that we did have. So effectively, so when we launched early access, we had a whole bunch of things that were out of control as far as like balance is concerned. Like there were just some things that were just trivializing shit in a way that was bad. And so what we started doing right at the start was we started nerfing those things, right? We kind of was like, okay, this is early access. We're gonna, you know, we're gonna nerf a bunch of things. And immediately we got like huge pushback from that. And understandable, right? Like for me, it is understandable because if you're playing like actively and then someone nerfs what you're doing, you're going to be unhappy about that, and rightfully so, right? Like I was playing and now my character is ruined, right? And the funny thing is that what we thought we were doing, even when we were doing that, like we're mindful of this, right? Like we even thought as we were doing that, like, okay, we're going to nerf things, but we're not going to nerf them to the point where they're bad. We're just going to nerf them to like, we're going to have some like upper bound of like what we're allowing, and we're going to try and just nerf it down to that point. So like the stuff that people are playing that, you know, they're playing because it's part of the meta, we're just going to, we're not going to nerf it even as much as we might want to. We're just going to do like a temporary nerf to get this thing kind of like not trivializing shit. So that's what we thought we were doing. So we started doing that. We did that for like, I don't know how long it was. It might have been like a week, honestly. And then immediately it's like we just got huge amounts of pushback from people. So we're like, okay, we can't do this. So like, how are we going to be able to do all these changes that we know we need to make in order to kind of get things more in line? And the reason why it's important to get things in line is because we need to, as I said before, we need to make sure there's build diversity. Like you're not only playing like one of like a few, you know, just a few things. And so for that one, we definitely knew, look, whenever we've done nerfs in the past, it's been, you know, it's caused anger. And so then we're like, okay, but in order to offset that, we need to make sure that we've got things like, you know, a new class, that we've got like new in-game content, we've got like enough new stuff that people aren't going to dwell on the nerfs as much, or at least that was the theory. Now, in reality, there was a kind of an effect that I don't think I had appreciated before, that kind of now I think is kind of also another source of a lot of issues, which is that like we made a bunch of people who thought, and maybe this is going to come out slightly wrong, but like they thought they knew how to play the game, feel like that they suck now, and that is a bad feeling.
Well, they learned
right?
one
That's a
thing
really
and
bad
then you
feeling to give
changed the
someone,
thing, right? Yeah.
Right. So effectively, it's like there were a lot of things that I would say were like, you know, like, well, okay, effectively any change can do this, right? It's like if you've got a thing and you know how you're playing a thing, and then we make a change where now the thing you were doing before sucks and is bad. Now your immediate feeling is like, you know, like, well, you know, that like I know how to play the game, and yet this is sucking, so therefore the game is bad. And like they're not necessarily wrong to feel that way either, right? Like making people feel like they suck is a feeling that nobody is ever going to enjoy, right? Like it's a feeling that is bad. So effectively, like that is the thing that we effectively did to a bunch of people who were relying on the various things that you know that were happening. Now the good news is that now that we've gotten things into a much more sort of normalized place, as far as like, think like the outliers are not too crazy, like everything's kind of in a more normal place. That means that we can actually start looking at things from the perspective of like, okay, now we can buff things to make them more fun. We can do all these things, like we can improve stuff. But we did have to get to a point of like somewhat normalization in the balance. Like, that did have to happen. And I honestly don't know if there was a way we could have done that would have been fun for people to experience. Like,
Yeah.
when you nerf like everything players are doing, it's not going to be a fun time. Like, it's just not going to be.
So wait, based on what you said, hey Reddit, nerfs are done. No more nerfs. Oh, we're good.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
we've been notified. They're good.
Yeah.
Speaking of things that make me feel like I'm shit at the game, the ascendancies, specifically the 3rd and 4th. How do you feel about those right now in the current stage of Path of Exile 2? Because for me personally, the 3rd one is brutal. Like, I abhor doing it. I abhor everything about the process.
I think that is mostly around monster work. So ascendancy monsters are quite hard. Well, okay. Specifically Sanctum, the monsters have got a like you effectively have to design every monster in Sanctum like a boss in terms of telegraphing and all that sort of stuff, and it takes quite a lot of work. Like, it's harder than a normal monster to make, and there's more we can do there. Because that was also one of the last areas that got the monster work done before early access. I think it probably got some of the roughest monster work as well.
Okay.
So there's quite a lot that we have to do there, like, to just improve it. And, like, we're sort of slowly doing some of that work, but I don't think we did enough of that in the last launch that we just did. So there's more to do there. And that's all those like just devil in the details type of work where we just need to sort of, just improve monsters to feel better. And we'll get that over time, and it'll be done. But effectively, yeah, we just need to keep on doing more. That being said, like, it is supposed to be the case that Ascension is supposed to be like a point in your character where you feel like, it is supposed to be harder than the content that surrounds it. It's supposed to be like a moment of, feeling, like you earned something here. Like, if Ascension was just a pushover, then it's like, well, yeah, you don't get that feeling of earning it, right? But at the same time, there's definitely monster problems that we have in those both of the Ascension classes. Ascension trials.
Trials, yeah. It was for me specifically, it was the Sanctum, and I didn't like Sanctum in PoE 1, so there's, that's a problem to begin with for me, like a personal problem. And I know a lot of that can be fixed with like the get good mentality, and for what it's worth, I ended up getting good.
JP, if you were playing Huntress, right? I mean,
yeah, I ended up getting good, and I ascended, and I got the power that I wanted from that. The process was to just experience that. It wasn't to like go in there on the first try and get the ascendancy point like it was in PoE 1 with labs. It was to go in there, get some honor resistance, kind of build up the actual relics and things like that, and really get involved in the process, and then I ascend. Is that always going to be that process to where you,
how many runs,
have to build up to
how many runs did it take is the question I have for you.
4, with one of them being under leveled because I was just farming relics.
Right. I would say that, like,
That's fine.
I would say 2 or 3 is more than what I would want for the 3rd Ascension. Well, to be honest, probably for the first few, like that sort of 2 or 3 kind of zone is kind of more what I would expect. Is right. But it obviously it sort of is dependent, right? Like a good player should be able to do it in one once they know how to, once they know how to do that stuff, or they know what the build is like. And that
you
sort of
mentioned it. Some of those mobs just are brutal. Like the sandworm mobs, those things destroyed my honor, especially if I'm fighting like a rare summoning portal or something, and having issues killing them in the first place. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, some of the monsters are just brutal.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes down to like individual cases and that sort of stuff. Like, we just have to make sure that they're all good. And as I said, we've got so many monsters that it's like hard to even, like it takes a long time to go through this stuff.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Something that really like sunk home to me just now, like just recently during this conversation, was like the fact that it's still in early access. And
Yeah.
It's weird to think that, you know, because it seems like such a polished, finished product. Like, even though obviously it's not done yet, but like, even my 50 hours in it was like, oh, this feels like it didn't feel like an incomplete game at all. It didn't feel like early access. So I think we tend to forget that it's still in early access, and we forget that like that we agreed to buy it in early access, so we should be. I mean, I'm not trying to like get your ass or anything, but like we should be more forgiving, right?
I actually don't fully know if I even agree that because a player, like, we don't have any right to a player's forgiveness, really. Like, at the end of the day, like, people have the experiences they have, and we just have to live with that. And it's like, I mean, look, if we're going to sell a product, then, you know, people should have the expectation they're going to enjoy the product that they're buying, right? Like,
Right.
you know, like, sure, we call it early access, and that it is, right? Like, that is a label that does something as far as, like, player expectations is concerned, and that is important. But at the end of the day, you still have to deliver a product that people are enjoying. So, yeah, I mean, from that perspective, like, I can't be unhappy when people are... Like, I can't use the excuse of, oh, it's just early access when I'm talking to players, because at the end of the day, like, that's not a constructive thing for me to even say. Like, it's, like, I need to be like, okay, well, what's the issue? Let's try and find out what you don't like, right? I guess one of the things that being in early access does mean, though, is that, you know, like, there are a lot of people who won't play something that's in early access until we're saying it's fully finished. And so that's kind of part of what you do get from being in early access, is you get to kind of, you know, like, you get to effectively limit the number of people who are playing until you're sort of ready for that big, you know, for that big surge of players that you'll get at full release. Sure. So, you know, that's the thing. And so like, from that perspective, it's a very unusual early access, right? Because we had so many players. Like, I actually wonder, like, how many, like, pay-to-play early access games have even had this many sales. Like, it might be kind of quite up there as far as that's concerned. So it's quite unusual.
A rare few. Yeah.
It's quite unusual in that regard.
But is that so? Using the current 0.2 patch, specifically like the Wisp mechanic. The Wisp mechanic is. Would you call that like the League mechanic? Like, what was the bullet point next to Wisp within the design document for 0.2? I'm curious if that is like. I'll stop the question there and let you answer, and then follow up. Yeah.
So it didn't rise to the level of being a league, like what I would call a proper actual league, because we didn't have all the things that a league has, right? Like, leagues have, I mean, it almost kind of got there. Like, you know, they've got crafting systems, they've got meta systems, they've got, like, you know, like, there has to be some way, like there has to be an in-game boss, there has to be all these things. Like, some of those things we didn't have.
Yeah.
So it didn't rise to the level of being a league, and that's the reason why we in the end decided not to make it a league. We were kind of thinking it could be league-like, but we just didn't quite have enough going on with it. But the primary reason why we did the Wisps actually was because we wanted to make sure that there was more content in endgame that overlapped with other content. So one of the big things that was lacking in PoE 2's endgame was not enough, like, overlapping axes of randomness, is the thing we call this, where effectively you've got, like, different mechanics that overlap, so that, like, you can get more situations that you've never seen before, where it's like, oh, what if the, you know, the Wisp happened to, you know, happen to inhabit this boss, and then that's a different thing, or it happened to be near the strongbox, or, you know, like this, like, effectively, like, multiple things that can overlap together to cause a new combat situation. And so, yeah, as I said, the reason we picked the Wisps was because we wanted something that could work like that and have more content that worked like that. And that ultimately will lead to an improvement in the end game. And I think a lot that sort of, as far as the content outside of the Huntress, it was that sort of stuff that we were trying to get there.
Right.
In order to improve, you know, like, yeah, just effectively how the end game feels. So we'll probably be doing more of that over time, like when we're concentrating on that kind of more league-like mechanic. That's the stuff we'll be looking at.
Yeah, so is it... Do you find that to be a hurdle, given the history of your PoE 1 updates, the leagues, the expansions, all of that being brought into PoE 2 while the game is still in early access, to where there's, like, these two, you know, progress paths of, like, we got to make 0.3, we got to introduce another class, we have to set... Right. You know, PoE 2 is not a finished game, but also we've set expectations because of people being brought over from PoE 1 with these, like, expansions and these leagues. Is that
Right.
is that a hurdle? Like, do you kick yourself at night for like, fuck, we set this up and now we've delivered on it before, we got to do it again, however many times until the game's out of early access, until those things align.
It is a concern, but I think that it's actually important, even regardless of whether or not we were in early access, because the end game needs to have enough content at launch to make sure that people are really engaged. And like, end games are one of those things where like every action RPG that comes out, people complain that there's not enough end game content. Like, it just happens every single time.
It happens with any game, yeah.
So, yeah. So effectively, what it ensures that we will have when we come to the actual full release is that we will have a lot of end game content. And so I think that like, and so okay, so like when the next release we have, like for 030, we'll probably like turn down the wisps in the campaign, and there'll be some other thing. And like when we get to eventual release, like there might only be a few wisps in the campaign, and like it's one of the many different random things that you can find that just effectively serve as just like interesting things that you find during the campaign. That's what it will feel like there. But then during the end game, it's like an actual mechanic that you can then engage with and have more stuff going on with. And so effectively, it's expanding that universe of stuff that that can exist in end game, and without you know. I think that it would have been very hard if we didn't have early access to have been able to create the amount of content that an in-game needs, just kind of off the cuff like that. We need like so many different overlapping systems. Yeah, I think that's sort of important.
Sure.
To have a situation like that.
To be blunt, how long did like the Wisp mechanic take for development process?
I don't. It's hard for me to even quantify because you've kind of got like a whole team, and it's like I don't like.
There's no like without answering like man hours, I guess.
Dude, it reminds me so much of Abyss. I actually wanted to ask if it was related.
It's actually a little bit of a. I mean, it's more like the Tormented Spirits in PoE 1. But it does work more like Abyss in the way that the spirits track and go along a path. So it fixes some of the issues that the Tormented Spirits have. But I mean, I wouldn't say it took like that long, really. Like, we actually like decided to do them like not even really that early in 2.0's development. Like, it didn't really take that long. I mean, consider what we needed to actually make that happen, right? And this is one of the things is that I think we are very good at as a company, is like being able to leverage what we have. So what does it take to make wisps? So the actual effect for the wisps themselves is obviously like made of particles, so there's no like modeling involved in that. The animals are all animals that we had that we could do like a few animations for to make abilities. Like you know, like we had a bear model, we had a deer model, we had like all these different things. So like those are all things that we sort of had, so we can utilize those in a completely different context that you'd never see as being the same. In terms of the actual ability stuff, I mean, you've got VFX work, like, but not necessarily more than like a boss would take. Like, it probably took about a similar amount of VFX time as a single boss might take to make that stuff. And then you've got the various mechanics around, like, the programming time. I mean, it wasn't really that hard. It's kind of, yeah, like, I mean, I wouldn't say it really took that long.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, like it's a relatively easy feature to make, and I feel like you get a reasonable amount out of it. And so it's just a question of making more things like that, just having interesting stuff to find.
So is it safe to say that alongside new classes and all the other like early access updates, that's the type of stuff we can expect moving forward for 0.3, 0.4, and so on and so forth?
Yeah, we'll definitely be adding more content like that. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That makes a lot of sense. I want to go back to when you said obviously PoE 2 super successful in sales and player base. I think at launch you guys averaged like almost double at least Steam count players on that. How hard is it for you to like take all of those new players, and I'm going to use Zeke as an example, and I'll give you a backstory there. Zeke bounced off of PoE 1 pretty hard. He even had Ziggy running him through it as kind of a Sherpa and bounced off of it pretty hard. But with PoE 2, and I think he told you this prior to us starting the interview, he put like, what, 60 hours in it, Zeke, or something like that?
Yeah, 55.
How do you make a game for the Zeeks, but also keep the Zizerins involved? Like, there's a huge disparity in the type of players that those two are. How do you satiate and succeed in making a game like that, or do you feel you've already done that, or is that the forever problem?
Well, I personally. Okay, so if you imagine the sort of Venn diagram of this, as it were.
Okay, yeah, Zeke
know,
and Ziz, the
Yeah,
circles.
where you've got like the things. So the question you're effectively asking is there any overlap there?
Yeah.
Right? Like, is there a place where the game can be that both of those players are happy with it? And I am a believer that yes, there is. Now, I think there are a lot of players who would say that there isn't, but I still believe that there is, personally. And that is the thing with the target we're attempting to hit. Now, the difficulty of that is that we're attempting to hit a smaller target, right? Because if we have to nail the dart right into the intersection of those 2 points, then that is a smaller target to hit, which means our job is more difficult. And I would say that balancing PoE 2 is actually much harder than balancing PoE 1 has been. But I think that a lot of the reasons why Path of Exile 1 had people like you bounce off them is not necessarily the same kind of reasons that people, that PoE 1 players are unhappy with PoE 2 right now. I think that those reasons are just incidental complexity that never actually mattered. Like, I don't think that anyone is like crying out for PoE 2 to use PoE 1's gem socketing system. Like, that is not the criticism that PoE 1 players have, and yet it was like a huge thing that caused PoE 1 to be hard for new players. So it's like there are changes that are just straight up wins for one group that don't affect the other group, and that's the kind of changes we're trying to make. To kind of make it so that, you're just like things are less complicated, like a nicer to play, like those kinds of things. And so I really don't think that the sacrifices, I don't think there's many sacrifices a PoE 1 player should be having to make to play PoE 2, and I really don't think that that should even be how the PoE 1 player should look at it. I believe that there really is an intersection there where we can make both groups of those players happy about the game.
Yeah, it's not easy as well. I mean, that's
it isn't easy.
Companies fight for that.
I have kind of a follow-up that I know you guys have talked about this extensively in different formats. I know you've been on all sorts of podcasts, but just to kind of get it all in one place, kind of building on the question JTP just asked between the strongest, most educated players and new players, and that kind of Venn overlap. I'm curious on your perspective on the overlap of your end game players, and how you guys are approaching that with PoE 1.
Right.
So one thing I've noticed is if you kind of had two sides, you have the more faster one skill gameplay of PoE 1 on one side, and then you have the kind of more slower, more difficult, more methodical PoE 2 on the other. So, and again, feel free to kind of dance around this question as much as you like. One thing I've noticed a lot in the PoE community is that there's a lot of people that fell in love with PoE for that first style. They see PoE 2 kind of moving a different direction, and then they see PoE 1 not getting quite as much love as PoE 2 as they see it go into the distance in a direction they're not digging. How are you guys tackling this? Where you have players speed the game up, we want this more, but that kind of goes counter to what you want to do with this, and you kind of have that other option available. Do you try to bring the PoE 1 players into PoE 2, or do you purposefully differentiate them for different experiences?
Well, first of all, I guess the main thing is that it's incredibly unfortunate that the slowdown in PoE 1 development happened, because it wasn't our intention to do that. And so my belief is that shouldn't be a problem after the next expansion happens. We're trying. I mean, look, we might fail, but the goal is not to fail, of course. Our intention.
That's a great goal.
The intention is still to update PoE 1, and it's there were certainly sacrifices that happened that affected the PoE 1 audience as far as that development is concerned, and that's definitely bad. And it's bad that happened. It wasn't our intention to do that, and we did. If you're a person who likes PoE 1 and you're not interested in PoE 2, we still want to have PoE 1 there and getting support like it always had. For that, that is the thing we want to do. But that said, I still don't want to give up on the idea that a PoE 1 player can enjoy PoE 2 as well. Like, I really do believe that can be the case. I really do. Like, I like both games. Like, I do. Like, I like PoE 2 better, but I still like PoE 1, and I think that should be something. I think that can be something that can be true for a lot of players.
So oh, I'm sorry.
No, you go.
Oh, I was gonna say, so is there, do you guys have any type of specific specialization you'd like to do between the two products? Like, make it so, like, if you don't like this, you might like this. Like, from a design philosophy standpoint, are they going to go in different directions to cater to different audiences, or are we always going to see them kind of move in parallel as you explore
I guess it just isn't really the way that I think about it, I suppose, because like I tend to think that, like, I look at individual things on an individual level, right? Like, and I think this is the thing that has frustrated a lot of people in the community when I talk about this stuff, is that, like, because I tend to be like, okay, it's not that I've got some design philosophy where, like, this is the amount of speed that the game has to have and this many, kilometers an hour or anything like that, right? It's entirely like,
they get hung up on that. I mean, I do it.
Like, right? is this fun or isn't it fun? And, like, do you feel the power up is progressing, or do I not feel like that, and so on? And it's like, I guess the only thing I can point to that's, like, completely certain to me is that it shouldn't be that when you watch a stream of a player as someone who's never played the game before, that it looks like something that is completely incomprehensible ridiculousness. Like, you have that thing where it's like I don't want it to be like, if a person looks at someone playing the game even a high level, it should look like, oh wow, that character is ridiculous, but it shouldn't be like, I can't even visually understand what is entering my eyeballs here. Like, that's that is really the only.
That was my first time ever watching.
Anytime JP played a clip on this show of him playing PoE, I'm like,
PoE 1.
It's like trying to fucking figure out what the Tasmanian devil is doing.
Dude, I'll never forget the first time. First time I saw it. 2 times. First time I saw an endgame mapper in PoE 1 that actually knew what they were doing, and the first time I saw a Flicker Strike build. Were 2 of the most memorable PoE things I've ever seen. But no, that makes perfect sense.
To be honest, you still kind of understand what's going on with the Flicker Strike build. Like, at least you kind of have an understanding.
Sometimes. Depends on how many mobs are on the screen.
I mean, that speed exists here. Let me pull up Fubgun's stream. Like, the PoE 2 or PoE 1 speed.
But immediately, right, you understand what is happening on the screen right now.
Yes,
right?
You see the lightning bolts going out. You see the mob. Yeah. It's not quite like just a Picasso of fast images.
Exactly, right? So it's like, and this is the reason why I'm always hesitant. People are like, are you wanting to slow the game down? And then it's like, well, I mean, I want to be honest, this is not even as fast as it can go, right? Like, as I said,
sounds like what people are saying is they want the game sped up at the beginning.
Sure. Some people do say that, right? And that is I think a bit of a difference. That might be. Well, so this is an interesting concern, right? Because the other thing as well is even the term beginning means something entirely different to some players than others. Like some people will tell me, oh yeah, like, the monsters have too much life in the early game, and then I find out they're talking about like Act 5, like effectively Crawl Act 2. And it's kind of like, from their perspective, that's the beginning of the game, right? So it's like, I think that we did have a problem with with issues like in the sort of mid-campaign. The other thing as well that we have an issue with is right now, we still have crawl difficulty, right? And so the game does drag in crawl difficulty if it's like, a little bit, and you played this before, like, we had this back in PoE 1 in the early days, but the game does start to drag in the second time you're playing through the campaign. So just not having that problem will be a massive boost as well. Once we get all the acts and everything like that. So
I'll tell you this, like, as a first-time player, first time going through, I played all of my 55 hours with the same character and stuff like that. I was totally like, I don't think the beginning acts need to be sped up at all. However, if I wanted to go through it again, which is kind of the game's designed to do that, go through it again with different characters or different builds in mind, whatever, then it would feel slow because I've done this, and like, that's like, for a brand new player like me, the speed was fine at the beginning, But like, I could totally see myself going through the same act again with a different character and going, wow, this feels like I'm trudging through a swamp.
I think, yeah, that's like a PoE 1 issue as well. That's been, I mean, have you guys thought about changing that at all for PoE 1? Like, what's the thinking with that?
Changing
Well,
what exactly?
the biggest
instance,
comment that we all get is like, do I still have to do the campaign? Like, just to completely cut, like, do I still got to do the campaign? Like, is there going to ever be shortcuts, skips, alternate routes?
Like, one big thing is respecting time. Like, that's that. Like, a lot of people feel that in PoE 2, it doesn't respect necessarily the time, especially compared to PoE 1 because of how slower it is. So, are we going to have like a cumulative effect of not only having this much larger, much girthier, slower campaign, but then also having to repeat that multiple times?
Well, okay, so I guess the part that I sort of would say about that is that at the end of the day, and this is kind of the way that I tend to think about things, it's like if you're saying that you're not enjoying the campaign, then that just means the campaign needs to be better, right? Like it's just
even if it's like the
like,
15th
I
or
understand
20th
like
time they played it.
Well, I understand, but on an intellectual level, it's easy to say, okay, I'm not going to enjoy playing through this again, and that might even be true with the campaign in its current state, but I am a believer in the idea that you can make something like this compelling enough that it is fun to play again. And part of the reason why it is because when we have leagues, there's a different thing going on with the campaign to kind of mean that, you know, like it changes your perspective on, you know, like what things are. And an ideal league will actually affect the content that you're playing as well. Like it'll make it feel like a different play experience. And then there's also the fact that you're playing a different character class. It has a different feel. Like there are bosses where like they feel completely different. Like there are a lot of the time there'll be situations where like, okay, you know, you'll play a boss with one type of character, then you'll play it with another one. It just feels like a completely different thing. Like this boss, I just trivialized it. It was easy the first time I went through. This time I'm having, like, you know, it's like just due to the way that my character is, you know, feels very different. So I guess what I'm saying is that like it's certainly not helped by the fact that we've got 2 copies of the campaign in the game right now because it means that you played through it twice. You know, like the first time you played through it. Like I believe that it is possible to get the campaign to the point where you will be fine playing through it, and it's like ideally the experience you're having is just fun. And I mean, like the PoE 1 campaign, I mean, you know, like it does get stale over time eventually, but like it's still something that people play through again and again and again. And like the reason why is it's there to host the other content that we also add every time, right? Like it's there to be the place where you do all these things. And I don't know that if you just started level 1 in endgame, like I'm not really sure that would be like that different really. Like I mean, like at the end of like why are you playing a game again at all, right? There's like 3 reasons you could be doing it. One reason is to experience the new content that we've added, and because of the way we add content in leagues, like you can experience that in the early game or the end game, so that doesn't kind of change anything about that. And another reason can be that you're playing a different character class, in which case you still need the experience of like leveling it up and going through and like, you know, sort of learning the abilities and growing with you. So like I don't know that like starting in the end game would materially change that really. Like it's just a question of like, are you having fun doing the thing you're doing?
Okay, so just to push back a little bit, because this you have a very unique project here, and I want to understand this better. So you said you want the campaign to be engaging, but at the same time, like it's designed to be played. Like it can be engaging, but anything you do 20 plus times, like you're doing the same thing, hearing the same voice lines, doing the exact same pattern. Like even if you're engaged, it still seems like it would just get super repetitive. And the other thing that I think, which is interesting here, is PoE is not one game. PoE is 2 distinct different games. It is the campaign and it is the end game. And a lot of people don't want to play this first one a bunch of times, but they really want to play the second one a bunch of times, which means they have to slog through the first one a bunch of times to get to the part they like, which immediately changes what this one is.
Here's where I think that I disagree about that, is that I don't see those as 2 separate things in the same way that I think that that you necessarily are saying there. Because ultimately, like you said, anything that you play through 20 times can get boring, and I don't disagree with that. But then at the same time, in the end game, you're playing through the same map 20 times.
But you're coming back to the season for like the new mechanics, the new changes. So you come back for the new stuff, but you only get to that stuff.
Is also available in the campaign as well. So if you're going to make the argument that
Yeah.
playing through the, like what I'm saying is like the only difference between the campaign and the end game is the order in which you play through areas is fixed in the campaign and isn't in the end game. Like that's really the like and okay, but the other difference being that you've got more of a mix of mechanics where you've got like like different, like there's more overlapping mechanics that are happening at the same time. But I don't know that even in a context where you were like if you imagine playing the end game from level 1, I don't think you could just introduce every single thing like right at the very beginning of that either, right? Like you have to have on some level.
No, I mean, like we were talking about earlier, you'd have to have that character growth, right?
Yeah.
But I
Sure,
mean,
sure.
it seems like there would be some kind of middle ground for like you do the campaign once per patch or league, and then your second campaign is like shorter, or maybe you have all the exits already
I
marked
mean,
on your map before you get
within
there.
a league, effectively.
Yeah, so within a league. So like every time you do a new character, like the campaign vicariously gets like shorter and shorter and shorter. Not necessarily in due of content, but the player's ability to get through it. But like like one thing, for instance, is like players have contests in how fast they can get through the campaign to get to where they get. It's like that World of Warcraft episode in South Park where they spend 40 weeks leveling up to get to the real game, which is the end game. So it just seems like for players that are in that perspective, it seems like there should be an option. I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, one of the things as far as like multiple playthroughs of within a single league is that I think that players are maybe not happy enough with the level of like of like power leveling items that they're getting, because like the theory is that you play through the campaign once, you go to end game, you've got a bunch, like you get a bunch of items, and now your second playthrough is way easier because you've got a bunch of items that you got from before, and so I mean that should more than double the speed that you're going through the campaign, like very easily.
If
So,
you're
like,
good enough
to
of a
the-
player to know to save that stuff. But yes,
Or I
yes,
guess so.
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
But even just having currency in your stash, like, and just buying things on trade,
That's
like,
true.
like as you level up is also going to get you a crazily different experience than what you had the first time through. Just because you've got all that currency that you got, and, like, you're definitely saving the currency at the very least. So it's like that should theoretically make that work. So if that's like, to the extent that that's not the case, like we might need to improve things there. Like I know a lot of people are saying that like some of the level, like there's like various reasons why like leveling uniques aren't good enough and that kind of stuff, or like a lot of unique options and that kind of thing. Like that's the kind of stuff that can help a lot there, I think. So and that also can be another type of experience that's also fun to have. Like, because that is your experience of just completely obliterating everything as you go through, like, using these ultra powerful items.
True.
And so that is also an experience we want players to have too. Like, that's the kind of thing that ideally is the solution to that.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you for answering these questions so just transparently and candidly. I really appreciate
No
it.
problem.
Yeah, I both this and not necessarily a question I have, but last week's interview that you did with Zizarin. If you guys haven't watched that in the audience, definitely go check it out. It was a bit heated at times, and I think
was,
you made
and I feel bad about
comment
that
to
because-
but I still
Yeah.
think it was a fantastic conversation, and the changes that came from that, whether they were directly responsible, whether the podcast was directly responsible for that, for the patch. I'm
Well, it was
glad
certainly
that whole
responsible-
conversation happened. That was great.
Yeah, it was certainly responsible for some of them, because at the end of the day, like, we do need people to bring specific things to our attention. So basically, like, that was just useful because, and it's also always easier when you're talking one-on-one with someone, because then you can ask questions about, like, okay, well, what's actually happening specifically here and that kind of stuff. Like, that's always important. It's similar to that example earlier that I had where, like with the specific monsters, they had specific problems where it's like, okay, people are like, monsters are too fast, and it's like, okay, but what monsters is the question, right? We have to find out what the specific monsters are.
It's
All of them,
like,
minus 20 across the board.
That's the thing, right? That's what a player will say. That's what a player will say, and it's like
It's not an
that's
answer.
why.
Yeah.
Honestly, the issue that I had when I was doing that interview, and like part of the thing that obviously I was like low on sleep, and there was like a few other various compelling.
It was
things
a
as well,
week.
but-
Like it was an
It was a
interesting
week.
week.
It was a week. Yeah.
But one of the things that was happening that I really need to take care of when I'm discussing this stuff is like, you don't, like, if someone says like you should make all the monsters slower. Oh no, I think the specific thing there, like as an example, was like, okay, like I don't remember the exact wording of the question, but it was something like, you know, there shouldn't be any monsters faster than the player, effectively. Like that was the thing. And like what I did was I launched into defending that rather than just talking about the fact that, okay, we are actually looking into a bunch of monster speed issues and we are actually like, you know, going through all this stuff. And it's like, that's the answer that would have actually been much more like what the players wanted to hear, if you know what I mean?
Right.
Rather than like, let's have a philosophical discussion about why it's important that some monsters can be faster than the player sometimes. So like that's the kind of thing that
Different answers
like,
for different audiences.
exactly.
For sure.
It's like a very different situation.
I mean, you mentioned, I think that goes both ways, right? Because you mentioned like players screaming X needs to be fixed, but not the specifics of what X is. I think as someone who's talked to a lot of developers over a myriad of different games, it's one thing that we have to get better at is just like actually honing in on what the problem is or what we think the problem is, to be able to identify that.
I don't know. I mean, your job is not to be a game developer, right? That's our
Right,
job. So,
that's
like,
very true. But we could,
you know,
we could
like,
try to
like,
be better at it because I suck.
It's our job to yell at you for your poor decisions.
I suck.
That's what our job is.
Yeah.
The thing is, but what I will say is that like, but on the other hand, if you're in our QA department, now it is your job to actually get specific about individual things, right?
Yeah.
So like that's one of those things that
I think it goes both ways.
It's also one of those things that when people enter QA, they have to learn about like that kind of stuff. It's like it's not enough to just say like monsters are too fast. You actually have to say, well, like, what monster were you fighting? Like, what was the exact situation? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Basically, everyone just needs to stream, and then when anyone dies, you need to take the last 10 seconds, and we can just submit that. Just have a little submit button next to, instead of a death recap, we'll submit a video. There you go. So you guys have all the information. Closing in on 15 minutes left, I kind of have some sort of rapid fire stuff. I joked about death recap there. Is there ever going to be any sort of death recap system in PoE 2?
I mean, I'm not against the idea fundamentally, but every time we've ever talked about this, you start to get into a bajillion corner cases that make it
it's a loaded
like, kind of
question.
hard.
I get it.
Yeah, and so it's not really a question of want, it's a question of like, you know, there's always been something more important, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay. I guess these are the tough questions, and so I apologize beforehand. Community loves to speculate, and I guess so do I. With that said, can you talk about Chris Wilson and kind of where he's been? There's not really been any official statement anywhere from GGG about that. I think we've had a couple things like third party, a fourth party, but is there anything official you could say where Chris has been?
I mean, he hasn't been working like day to day at a company for quite a long time.
Yeah.
And then recently he also retired from the board, but there's nothing really much else to say about it.
Gotcha.
Really.
Yeah,
Like,
I didn't think there was any drama, but it just people.
I mean,
like
I still talk to him every day, just online, like
Yeah. Co kind of mentioned it earlier. Account sharing's been in the spotlight recently. You guys have had like a pretty strict rule regarding that, as well as RMT in the past. There ever going to be any action on that front? Is that a special case?
Are you waiting for 1.0?
Do you have anything to say?
It's just nothing. I don't think I've got anything to say about this particular issue.
I figured as much.
10-4.
I figured I would ask, but yeah. That's good luck with that.
Will you personally be banning eat? No, just kidding.
In an age where people like to pit companies against each other, do you consider yourself competitors to Blizzard, Diablo 4, Last Epoch? Like, how do you view these other companies? Are you trying to beat them in player count, or are you just existing and hoping that the game speaks for itself? How do you look at that?
I mean, I guess I don't really. It doesn't really bother me particularly that, like, other companies, what they're releasing and that sort of stuff. Like, the only thing that ever matters is if, if something happens. A thing that is relevant is if something happens in the genre that like moves it forward in a way that we have to respond to, then that's something that we have to like deal with, right? Like that's a thing, for sure. But other than that, like, it's fine. Like, I mean, the nice thing about the genre is that it's not like World of Warcraft where, like, you've got subscribers and you're competing for that. Like, that's an actual, like, real competition scenario where people aren't going to be really subscribed to more than one MMO. But in the seasonal model that we have with in action RPGs, it's kind of fine. Like, you play the game, for however long you play it for, you play another one, and that's fine. Obviously, there was, like, the tension that happened with with Last Epoch recently,
Right.
which was very unfortunate, and I honestly wish it didn't have to be that way.
Yeah, if you could just
Like,
coordinate
if
with them in
you-
the future and space it out, that'd be great.
I mean, yeah. The thing is, it sounds so
Are,
easy.
are there
It's the
back
thing, it
channels?
sounds so easy.
Like, are there back channels between companies? With,
So they
with releases?
they messaged us about okay, so they asked me like, okay, like, we're thinking of coming around this time, when are you thinking of coming out? And I'm kind of like, that actually might conflict with something, and that was kind of the last of it. There really wasn't anything else that was said there.
The alarm went off.
You know, so like, but the thing is, I think that what happened is that, like, so we had a date, and look, I don't know how they're thinking internally, but I think that their plan was to come out a little bit after that date. We didn't give them what the exact date was, but we kind of had said, like, in the community, like, you know, sort of, like, people had sort of vaguely known when we were planning on coming out, and then
Right.
we then got delayed, right? Like, we couldn't make our date, and there's like just nothing I can do about that. I can't come out any earlier, obviously, than what, you know, the time that we can come out, right? Like, it was just it had got unavoidably delayed, and then it was like really unfortunate because I actually probably would have delayed an extra week to get out of their way. But we have a Easter. We've got Easter,
Right.
and then there's actually another public holiday the weekend after that, which means there's a 3-day week. So when you have a 3-day week, everyone takes those 3 days off. Like, everyone is put in for time off during those 3 days, right? Like, that week is just dead. It's not happening.
Yeah.
And so what would have happened is if we'd delayed another week, then that week would have been right after our launch. Which obviously, if we'd just had the launch we just had and everyone was on holiday, it wouldn't have been.
Just to make sure I heard this properly, just to be clear, if those holidays weren't there, you would have moved PoE 2 for Last Epoch.
I would have moved it a week, right? Not in a way that the players would have seen, right? I
Hey,
wouldn't
that's
have
plenty of
announced
time.
it.
Yeah,
I would have,
yeah.
No, I would have moved.
That's cool.
It. I wouldn't
really
have moved
cool.
it 2 weeks. I wouldn't have moved it 2 weeks because
There's only
like,
so much
that-
you
that-
can
that
do,
is actually
right? Yeah,
kinda hurt the
absolutely.
players. But a week I would have moved. But yeah, we just couldn't move that week, unfortunately. And so then, and I felt real bad about it as well, because I was like, I don't want to do that to them, right? Like, I don't want to do, like, it's not something I want to do. But at the same time, if we were delaying 2 weeks and then the players like knew that, like, that would just be awful, right? Like, our players would have crucified us for that, and rightly so, right? That would have been terrible. So effectively, like, it just ended up that way. And like, I don't know whether or not it was a good idea for them to then move in response to that. Like, I honestly can't say whether or not that was right or wrong. But I certainly don't feel great about that happening, right? Not amazing. Like, I don't want to ruin their plans in any regard.
Yeah.
To be blunt, though,
hoping that
it's very cool you're even thinking of that. I mean, we live in a day of kind of faceless corporations for a lot of games this size, so that's cool to know. Not only that you guys are talking, but even considering doing stuff. I think I speak for many of us when I say, just like you were saying earlier, we love Last Epoch and PoE 2. So in a perfect world, we'd love to be able to, like, you know, do both when they're all shiny and new. So it's great to know you guys are like talking. That's cool.
Well, I'm really hoping that doesn't happen again, because, you know, as I said, it was really unfortunate, and it really sucked that there was just that holiday thing that like blocked it. It's just like, yeah, it's just very unfortunate timing. That happened.
It'll happen. Every once in a while, it'll happen. One of the things in terms of like the issues of now or the issues of today, a lot of people have been asking about the EU server issues. I don't know if there's a specific.
Yeah. So that's
thing
just
you could say?
DDoSs, unfortunately, that are very hard to deal with.
Yeah.
You know, like, there's unfortunately not like a complete solution to DDoSing on the internet. You know, if someone's really doing that stuff. So it isn't a question of NOS wanting to like pay more money for more servers or anything like that. It's just entirely like, you know, the nightly DDoS comes along and like takes out like 5 or 6 machines, and then if you're having to play on those machines, then that happens, and then they move on to another 5, and you know, like that kind of thing. It's just like very annoying.
Yeah.
Like, look, we are investigating more options to try and improve that, but that is the source of that.
Okay. Gotcha. I think even saying that is beneficial for a lot of people. So
Agreed.
yeah. What else is there? I'm kind of looking through there, see if there's anything. I guess another question I have for you in terms of like analytics, right? PoE is such a game based around numbers and whatnot. For you as a dev and as the game director of PoE 2, do you have like a data point that you're constantly looking at, and if that number goes bad or that number goes positive, it affects not only your mood but like the direction?
Average player time to death.
Yeah, like what is that number? If there,
I mean, the
if
number,
there is
the
one?
number, the number for me is just concurrent users, just number of people online right now.
Okay.
Because that really, I mean, look, if people aren't enjoying the game, they're not going to play it. And this is actually something that, like, I actually yesterday, like, I was talking to Mark, you know, about all of the, you know, all of the stuff, and the thing that he said to me is, like, he sort of had to remind me of that fact. Like, he's like, look, the retention of this PoE 2 launch, like in terms of concurrent users on the like weekend to weekend, is higher than any PoE 1 launch we ever had before.
Right.
So it can't be that bad.
I mean, it's a. Yeah. I mean, I totally understand. You have to put things in perspective, right? Like when the internet's shouting at you to fix a myriad of issues, if there's a data point you can look at, they're still playing.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
They might be mad, but they're still there.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we still obviously have. There's still tons of things to fix. It's like I don't want to discount that in any
Totally.
regard.
Yeah.
You know, like on some level, like it's okay. Like, because the thing is, when a million people start to say, you know, the game is bad, the game is terrible, it's hard to even remember yourself. You know, that there's actually a game there that is good, even though there may be problems. You know, so seeing that and reminding myself of the fact that there are actually a lot of people playing the game, is you know, I think it was certainly important for me to kind of, you know, be like, yeah, you know what, like, sure. The benefit we're getting from all the people yelling is that we know that we need to fix stuff, but we still have a game that people are enjoying, and that is a and that is a good thing.
Sure.
So, yeah, I mean, we're still doing well, and like, I mean, this launch was still larger than any PoE 1, like in terms of absolute numbers as well, right? Like, this launch in terms of people online was larger than any PoE 1 launch we ever did, and it is approximately what I expected as far as like relative to the other launch. So generally speaking, like what we've always observed is the first launch is you get a number, and then the this is in any market we've entered, and any subsequent launch is 50% of what the first launch was. Then the way you know that you're doing well is that you start growing from there. So you have a number, you go half, and then you're going up like hopefully 5%, something like that, you know, each time after that. And that's how you know an action RPG is doing well. So it's really seeing, like, you know, the people come back next time, you know, like how well do we do there? That'll be the question.
Sure. Yep. We could do a round of final questions and then call it an interview. For me, it's 8 a.m. there. What time is it on Monday, the start of the work
right
week?
now it's it's 8 o'clock. You can see the sun rising in the background there, which is blowing out all the camera.
What's the first thing that's going to be on your desk when you get into the office? What are you doing?
So we are going to look into item drops, because a lot of people are saying that the wisps are not rewarding enough, and they should mathematically be. Like, those things give like 300% better, like more. Well, okay, it's not more items; it's more like more the number that we use for like rarity that increases the drops, how good they are, right?
Right.
And it also gives two extra drop slots. So effectively, like, there's no reason why they should feel unrewarding, but they do. So therefore, I need to understand what's going on with that. And I spent like quite a lot of time yesterday looking through like the simulations and like seeing what's going on. And like, I've definitely identified that there's something going wrong in the item drop system that I'm not quite happy with. And hopefully, if we fix that, it'll make this, the wisps feel better.
Cool.
So yeah, that's kind of the thing that I'm going to be probably spending a few hours on this morning, to see if we can come up with some kind of improvement there.
Cool. Fantastic.
I like the first thing I read in chat. 300% of 0 is still 0. Because of course, that's how he feels.
Yeah. I will also say chat erupted mostly in jubilation when he said that you're going to be taking a look at loot. So
Yeah, I
if it
took
matters, there you
the
go.
temperature of all three chats. W take.
Yeah.
W take. Great. Oh, but is it, what's the quotient on based?
Oh.
Base is good and trending.
Base values are trending. Great. Excellent.
Fantastic.
Great.
Zika, Co, any final questions?
I got one.
I had one from my audience. That
Go ahead.
might be an easy one.
Yeah.
I'll go last.
Zika.
I don't know if it's John. This is from my audience. Tell me if it matters, because I don't know. Ask him about difficulty scaling with multiple people, and if it's been adjusted. At launch, me and 2 others had to stop because it was so difficult.
That's just the game, baby. I'm sorry.
There wasn't any
Just saying,
change.
like-
There wasn't any change from early access's launch, so yeah, it shouldn't be. But I mean, like, it can be that various nerfs like got hit. But I wonder, like, as well, whether that feedback was before or after the change to Monster Life we did. That was a few days in, because we did a pretty substantial change to Monster Life in the sort of mid game.
Okay.
So it's possible that they might have a better time now if they were playing before that point. So it'll just be a question of that.
Okay. Jonathan's like, are they both huntresses and were they parrying?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Hard for me to say without knowing more specifics about exactly what path and exactly what stuff, right?
So, I gotta this is just a quick yes or no, but it's a big question close to my heart, especially one that I think would be great for newer players. Any plans to ever have it so I can open up my passive tree and see like import builds or overlay classes over it? So as a newer player, I would have like a really good idea of where to go on this gigantic ass tree.
So this is a thing, and I'm trying to remember. Okay, so we made this feature a while ago, and I can't even remember whether or not we enabled it. I don't even know if it's live. We actually did make a feature where you could get a build file. I think it's probably not live then, probably. If
I've never heard of this.
We've never heard of
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Cool.
So the idea was that you could download a build file and then set that as your thing, and then it would highlight all the nodes of that build.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, that'd be amazing. And then you could make like some pre-default ones for new players that are just like super basic but get you.
Well,
through it
here's the
and,
thing. That's the part that I don't want to do, because I don't want to. The reason why I'm fine with the build thing, where you where you go to a build guide and you just download the file, is that
you're not telling the player how to play.
Yeah, exactly, right? So effectively, like, at that point, they've already decided they want to follow someone's guide. So, like, therefore, it's fine, right? But at the point where, but if you're just, like, into the game and then the game's immediately like, why don't you pick one of these build guides? Like, I'm kind of like, I'm not a fan of that, you know? Like, I don't want to, like, I feel like if you want to follow a build guide, that's great, but you have to seek it out, you know?
Yeah. Well, and
I totally agree with that, because
yeah.
I wanted to mention this before. One of the things that I really enjoyed about PoE 2 is that I got through the entire thing before it, restarts or whatever. I got through the entire thing without looking up any builds or anything. I was able to, like, get through it. It was fucking tough, but I got through it. And then I looked at a build guide and I'm like, wow, I was way off. Holy shit. And then I did the build and I put all the nodes in the proper spot. And I was like, God, this is like baby shit. I'm just zapping everything. But I could get through it. So I like that you don't do it. And also, if you put that in the game, you're gonna make someone like me feel like an idiot. Like I'll start putting things in nodes, and then I'll go like, "What do you suggest?" And like, God damn it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of different things I could see that would be bad about that. But I agree with Jonathan in the sense, like, if a player seeks it out, they should be able to.
Optional.
Yeah.
Absolutely. 100%. Yep.
Yeah, that makes a lot.
That's cool though that you guys are thinking about that, because I would love to have all that in game for builds. Like if we could just open up P and see a little text box in the bottom right that was like, path of building code, paste here. Like that would be amazing.
Now,
well, in PoE 2, I suppose, now that I'm thinking about it, you would also have potentially the capability of having the same file list recommended support gems, like overriding the recommendations that we have, which would allow a build designer to set the gems that you should be using as well, like so that would appear when you open the recommended supports from that.
Very useful, yeah.
So that would actually be another case. I just thought about that just as you were talking there. So
you could have like Path of Exile guide masters make like purposefully like, this is for new players suggestions, not necessarily like a roadmap, but like here's some suggested stuff for you kind of thing. and that opens up a lot of interesting doors.
Yeah. I would.
All right.
Of course, all optional.
Yeah, I'm curious about how as someone who doesn't make like build guides or anything, but for PoE content, PoE 2 content creators, where that is their livelihood, right, is making build guides. That's how they take ad rev and whatnot. I wonder if they would be against that because you no longer need to seek out a video and watch an ad because it's all in game and there's no monetization, right? So I wonder if you get pushback for that from the creators.
So
they took
so
our jobs.
150,000 people like it, but those 3 streamers.
Yeah, no,
So we
just
probably shouldn't do it.
I
Yeah.
just wonder if you get pushback from them, and to what extent that goes. I don't know. It's an interesting conversation, and it is very much like Ko just said: 3 people versus the masses.
It would be very
Yeah.
still a consideration for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Well, cool. We're a little bit over, but Jonathan, thank you, Mr. Rogers. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for
Coming to our neighborhood.
For
Yeah,
coming
thank
to our
you.
neighborhood. Yeah. Anything you want to say here before we wrap it up, so you can get on? I guess get on with your day. It's only 8 a.m. there. Jeez.
Yeah, right. So you can go to work.
I mean, just like, it was really nice chatting to you guys. Like, I had a fun time, and I'll go in, we'll start working on stuff, and hopefully, like, people will like the changes we're making. I guess that's the main thing, right?
Yeah. Fantastic. We're gonna do shout outs here for Zeke, Ko, and I. But Jonathan, feel free to go on about your day. We really appreciate it. We're gonna shift over to this. And we'll see you next time.
Thank you so much, Jonathan.
Yeah, you're welcome
very much
on
for
the
having
show
me.
whenever.
Thanks, Jonathan.
We'd love
It's
to
awesome.
have you on. Let's do some shout outs and wrap up the show. Ko and Zeke. Zeke, please begin.
DN. Corgo is evil, and evil is Corgo. Corgo's an evil dog. He will bite you. Corgo bites
creature.
what he doesn't like. And that is you. He bites what he doesn't like. That is you. You. You! Corgo is evil, and evil is Corgo. Corgo is evil, and evil so Corgo. He is an evil dog. He is an evil dog. He is an evil dog. No, well, let me tell you something. Corgo is evil, and evil so Corgo. Corgo is the evilest of the dogs. He's an evil dog of death. An evil dog of death. He is an evil dog of death.
Hello there.
Death. Death. I said death. He's an evil baby dog. He will bite you. Moltergeist, Jerderman, and Butt Stench Fucker. Do you think Corgos eats popcorn? Some people know me as dumbass retard motherfucking bitch. You understand? They just know me as that. A popcorn baby. A popcorn baby. Blue boar. Blue boar creature? Meat and carbs. Should I order some meat and carbs? I haven't eaten shit, son. Kinda want some. Meat and carbs. You think core guys would eat chicken tacos?
I'm not ready.
Do you think if you presented core guys with a quadruple chicken burrito, he would eat all of it? Golden Gertis, thanks dude for the gold, thanks dude for the Gertis. Back to auto-attacking monsters. Gorgos is evil.
Meat
And
creature.
evil is Corgo.
Aid me.
Not only was he truly ancient, he was then to become truly evil, a baby.
Are you sure about that placement?
No, go after the treasure. Boo. A massive nose is a giant nose, and a giant nose is a massive nose. It's a massive giant nose, and a giant massive nose. He didn't always sound like that, right? The raspy throat guy? I swear I don't... I've heard him talk before, and I... Like, is that a new thing for him? I don't remember him having a raspy voice like that. It's new? Yeah, that's what I thought. One luck. Don't do drugs, kids. Don't smoke cigarettes. Just drink cigarette juice if you need the nicotine and tar in your system. It's a little bit better for you. Meat creature, thus is thy baby. Where do you buy it? I think it's Cinco product. Isn't it? I think so. Bump 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 dum boom bum bum boo 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 Good news, cigarette juice. Where's my cigarette juice? Dietas exile. Corgo. He's up. Corgo, baby dog. He will bite you. Graliborius down on my fucking Florius. Grandma of damnation with her melting ass breath. Be warned. You heard me. Because Chinib smells. Hey Chinib. You, Chinib, need a kill. Corgo is so evil. You've never dealt with someone who has melting ass breath? Be warned. Meat and carbs? I probably should meat and carbs. Otherwise I'll just sit here for like 12, 14 hours, whatever the fuck, and just not eat anything and just keep playing. Think about this, Benny Nuts. Picture this. He's Arion, or thy burger, currently thy present. Currently thy present. Force and blob. Hammer of the Corgo. Moe's Ken, thanks dude for the Moe's, thanks dude for the Ken. Hammer of the Corgo. Do 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 do. Big nose. Big nose. Bum bada bum bum bada bum. D4's bad. Dog shit. Anybody like D4 bad music? It's dog shit. Yeah, but your name's Jizz. Alright, here, I'll play you one. Just for you, man.
Release the masses style. Diablo 4, we say au revoir. Bad design should be free. Blizzard should surrender like Robert E. Lee.
Why though?
D4 bad shows no
So loud.
pizzazz. Smell it funkier than this jazz. D4 mad, cut and seen. It's got no place in New Orleans. Diablo 4's not even that old. My jambalaya's got more soul. Blizzard's earnings, money dependent. Game so shit, need another amendment. D4 bad, shows no pizzazz. Smell it funkier than this jazz. D4 mad, cut and seen. It's got no place in New Orleans.
How's the end game in D4?
Ain't no end game, least to find. Just Omega cooldowns through the night. Oh, Diablo, you could have been a star. But now you're just a tune on my old guitar.
What is it?
D4 man, shows no pizzazz. Smelling funkier than this jazz. D4 man, cut and seen. It's got no place in New Orleans. D4 man, upside down. Everyone playing Scholar Brown. D4 man, high expectation. Shot lizard down like a plantation.
What did you learn today? That's what I learned. Ba ba da ba da ba da ba da bum bum. Do 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 do. Big nose, your big nose.
I'm not ready.
That's not good. That's not good.
Aid me.
But it took me like 2 days to get those crossbows.
Thanks, Gabe. Why is my RNG in this game just absolute shit in everything? I gamble, I lose. I craft, I lose. I go into Sanctum, I get this.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Is it Division? I don't know if it's Division or not. I screwed up before the freaking thing. But
I don't even know what's happening. What did I click? I know what. Big nose. He just needs a He just needs a ferocious pounding. He just needs a ferocious pounding down from his boy Quantric. He'll feel better. You know what I mean? Like a normal pounding isn't gonna cut it, you know what I mean? Uncle Bob, he needs it to be ferocious in nature. Ferocious. That's right. Ferocious. Like a normal one's just not gonna cut it these days for Quantric or for Rutu. He needs it to be ferocious. Did my boss spawn or something? There's no one rare that I assume he's with. More nerfs, dude. Log in. Wide hard yet. Not only was he truly ancient, he was then to become truly evil. True baby. Okay. Zaki. Corgo is evil. Oh, I forgot to click these. XD's nuts. Evil is Corgo and Corgo. Corgo is evil and evil so Corgo. He is an evil dog. He is an evil dog. I eat as Excel. You've witnessed my perfection of eating butthole juice. You know what I mean? Hold up, bird. What if you had to fight the Olsen twins? Corgo, evil dog, he will bite what he does not like. That is youth, there's nothing anyone will get fucking shit beat out of you, boy. Nah, you'd lose easily. Jindo Mandoker. Anybody know what that means? Jindo Mandoker. Jindo Mandoker. Is that the Raptor boss? I actually don't remember which one that was. Ooh, Bob is a poop commander. Bob, what are you? Corgo, evil dog. I ordered tacos. Let's see how long it takes them. They're probably gonna be slow as shit. Yeah, true. I'm never gonna get a new shield, dude. I see an extreme ore currently present. You're known for your extreme nature of oohing. Da 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 da. D for bad. You thought today was Monday? I don't know, man. I just wake up and then I play this game until I start getting pretty tired, then I log off. Then I do it again the next day. Blueweed. So the game supposedly has more retention than any PoE league ever on this patch still. Like ever, any league, ever. Even their best league ever, right? That's what they said? I don't even know how that's possible, guys. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know how that's kind of possible. There's a lot of people playing. If all the PoE 1 players have supposedly already quit, and there's still that many people continuing to play the game, he did kind of say, basically, well, we'd like to give the PoE 1 players what they want in PoE 1. He did kind of put it that way. What is this? This game is still, like, I mean, early access, the first version of the game, 0.1 or whatever, was, like, way grindier than this, but this game's still fucking grindy as shit. I've been grinding all day and half of yesterday just trying to get a shield upgrade. Still haven't got it. D4 bad. No other stuff too, but, you know, still. Not only was he truly ancient, he was then to become truly evil. True baby. True baby. And oh no. Tier 4 boots? That's definitely Giga OP. Usual incoming. Lord Paltrow. Dude, there's not even, I don't care. I'm just getting so much shit anyway. Watch that on my phone. Do-do-do-do. Blah! I wonder how much that guy sold that Astromentus for. He unlisted it. Are there really people willing to pay like 50 divines for one? I don't even know what build even cares about that item. Did he actually sell it for 50? He might have. I feel like around 50 divines is the correct price. I just don't know who's willing to pay 50 divines in the current game. On HC. Just a mega cooldown. I like having 80 million debuffs. Shitty item, shitty item, shitty item. Where are the non-shitty item, shitty 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 item. Where are the non-shitty item? Now. That's epic. Epic dog shit. Is there a +2 proj on a bow? Is that an effect? A high level effect? I feel like I've seen it before. Ooh, Blackheart. Blackheart, bitch. Or does it go only up to +1? I think I'm taking Blackheart. It's a good leveling ring. Very good leveling ring. I think it's because Corgo baby dog. He's an evil baby dog. He is so evil. Corgo, evil dog. I guess I can go in a little bit. For money. Twin bows, shit bows.
Maybe I'll just shuffle these around and tell you they're different.
dee ba dee da do 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 do.
What else do I have?
Wow. Flaring with some stupid shit on it.
Let's try something different with the
I think this is just to move it to a different base angle, probably. Let's see though.
disrupt this one a bit. I've got a different take on this one.
Let's just move it to a different base.
I've got a few more.
Tyrannical Warmonger Bow. Cruel Swift Spear. What are all these rolls, dude? Let's try this Tyrannical Bow. Wow, it's got 200 IPD. What can you do? If it hits another Fizz mod, dude, that's gross. You think it's gonna get another Fizz roll? Well, all it has to do is hit Fizz, and it's a lot of damage. No way. LFG this. 1 to 2 fire damage. Like actually 1 to 2 fire damage. Not even bullshit. Like actual genuine 1 to 2. It's good, man. I don't think the Swift Spear, it's a low level base. I don't think it's worth, honestly. And I don't care enough to move the Cruel mod to another base. I mean, I could. I don't think I care that much, though, honestly. I'll just grab it.
This one needs some more work.
It doesn't matter. I can move the base.
Maybe I'll just shuffle these around and tell you they're different. The handle's misaligned. I could fix that. The handle's misaligned.
Want to see a cool technique? Watch this. I want it to go to the Desolate Crossbow. Desolate Crossbow. This is Prime. What? I was owning, and then it cheated. Oh. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, I don't have any juice left anyway. Bug, dude. Big nose bugs. Should I chaos this? There's not really a reason to, but should I? Yes? Alright, I'm chaosing it one time to brick it. What does this guy want? The Helix one? Which one's that? Is that the good one? Honor Edge? How much do you think I sell this for? I might use it on a character, but I don't know. What does Wind Serpent, Deadeye, what kind of spear do they use? Do they just use that stupid unique crit one? Because I might play that build at some point. They just use the stupid crit one, right? Tangle Turd. What do you think I sell this for? This thing's pretty good. Like, it's actually pretty insane, actually. Is 10 div too low, too much? 10, 15 div? 20 div? 15D? I'm just gonna say 15D. Watch this, I haven't finished this. I gotta break it. That's a lot of crit. That's like a crazy high crit roll. Where'd my hybrid go, though, fucker? And the accuracy's still there. Alright, 1x. Now you give me Fizz. La-di-da-di-da-di-da-di. Nobody would ever use this. Whatever, it can just sit in my stash forever. I don't know if people actually play any bow shit right now. It's a Corgo baby dog. What do you say? Buy 1 for 3 then. Boy. Damage. Damage is an irrelevant variable in the game. It's all survivability. How about the fucking damage? Every build does too much damage in the game. You just need survivability. If you want to make your warrior do a lot of damage, use the stupid unique helmet. I forget what it's called. The one that makes monsters count as low life at any percentage HP. That thing gives a lot of damage. If you want damage. Know what I mean, Ooks? Yeah, the deepest turd. What are they, Ukobob? What is that corruption? Is that like higher crit? It is. Oh la dee da doo 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 doo. What did this say about my food? Oh, my food's almost here. That was kind of fast, honestly. Any Muskians? Nose challenge. You ever had a girl choke you before? Just randomly? Random thought. Bum 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 ba bum ba bum bum ba bum 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 ba bum bum. More of the punching type. I hear my delivery person, and I'm playing a video game. Too bad for you. If I can pause? I mean, I don't care. I don't have to do anything. Bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum bum ba bum. I gotta clear my map, you know what I mean? Prios. Do you think I would hear it the first time? Bum 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 bum. Why? I'm playing. Why am I dumb? I'm playing, dude. I got shit to do. I got monsters to kill. Is that funny? Alright, fine. If that's what you want. They left, and they didn't even leave the food. I don't understand. All you have to do is drop the food there. Like, I'll get it. They fucking took the food and drove off. I guess. Whatever. No food for me. I got monsters to kill. You know what I mean? LFG Prime. A true baby. Why am I dumb? Why does that make me dumb? Delivery in NA is like, you just put it at the door, and then you fuck off. There's no point in trying to get me to open the door. You know what you're supposed to do. A true baby. Yeah, they're supposed to just leave it at the door. I don't know. They took the food and drove off. I don't know. Weird. Whatever. Fucking shut the fuck up. No, you haven't. I've stolen so much food from doorsteps. There's 0% chance, boy. Why am I getting a phone call? What is this? I don't understand people. And Corgo is an evil dog of day. Did I actually kind of need all dogs.
Evil dog, but a baby dog, and a baby dog is the evil dog. He's an evil dog of death.
Evil dog of death. You make a phenomenal point, never. You make a phenomenal point. Corgo is evil and evil. I think that was genuinely the person's first day on the job. I don't think they know what the fuck anything is. Would be my guess, honestly. Oh my god, hold up. This person is retarded. Like, genuinely retarded. Why is the DoorDash person called me 3 times after delivering the food? Like, I'm like, I want to talk to you. Why would I want to talk to you? It's weird. Know what I mean, Plute? Wait, there's no food. Alright. I'll play a video in the background or something while I eat. What is...
Proc immediately.
What is this, flab gun? Flab gun? La di da da do 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 do.
I can't tell, dude. I can't tell how much frenzies I have. This is bullshit.
Actually, true. That is pretty stupid.
Okay. Well.
All right, 15 minutes, boys. That was a good one.
Wait, what? I don't get it.
I don't have Infernal Cry.
Oh
Go over.
my god. Exile's playing softcore. This dark days, dude. Dark days.
I can't see my frenzies. I have too many buffs.
Dark days.
Okay.
The snakes on Amazon? No. The reason why this works is because of Deadeye's Thrill and Chase. Skills consuming frenzy charges behave as if consuming twice as many frenzies. This doubles the damage of the snake ability, but on top of that, it's also avidity, which gives you a chance to instantly get full frenzies. Otherwise, you have to stack up slowly up to 7. But this gives you 35% combined with frenetic.
Yep. Prove it. Don't believe you.
That's your snake right there. Skill is nuts, dude.
Wait, he didn't one-shot it.
Almost 2 hit.